I'm Gemma and this is my husband Paul, and we're both foster carers. I think initially we were a little bit anxious ourselves about going to panel. It sounded quite scary, but it wasn't at all. It was just a really friendly chit chat with a group of people around a table. It was more of a celebration really of us being there and of us, wanting to become foster carers. The County Council offer a fair rate of pay, so we get paid dependent on our level of experience. So after you've done it for a while, then your level of pay will go up based on your experience and level of training that you've done. We've also got a network hub, which is a foster carer support group, and it's just an informal get-together. We feel so valued as a foster carer for Nottinghamshire County Council. Everyone's so caring and wants what's best for you as a family. The matching process is really careful, so they listen to our needs and, they would never think of placing a child that wouldn't fit in our environment. As a foster family, we try and just make it everyday, normal life, try and bring some stability and love to that child that's staying with us and give them experiences that perhaps they've not experienced before. We love going out on day trips together, and for example today we've gone pony trekking. Nottinghamshire's a great place to foster because we've got so much on our doorstep. There's so much that we can do. I feel really lucky that we're able to foster here.
I like my job, and I've been a mental health nurse for it's more than 40 years, so I'm not going to give my age away. September last year, I was walking my dog and she happened to pick a fight with another dog. During that fight, I intervened and I was bitten by either of the dogs, I don't know which. As a consequence of that, I contracted sepsis with quite a virulent bacteria. Essentially, went into shock, lots of organ failure, and the result of all that is what they call a quad amputation. All of my life I've been very independent. I never felt as if I'd lose it. I always just thought, and I still do, it's something you're constantly working towards. My wife's the gardener, not me. I used to do the heavy jobs. The carer thing is quite important. I think the big thing for Anne has always been, if I know the help's there and how to access it, then that makes me feel better already. When I was considered to be medically fit, before I was actually discharged, this rather nice man called Nadeem turned up, and he explained that he was the hospital social worker. He explained the concepts of social care. As soon as we started the assessment, it was obvious that we were also going in a direction.
What makes me proud about working within the hospital setting is having the opportunity to work with hospital OTs, physiotherapists, doctors, working with the individual to meet that individual's need collectively. Crucially, the individual is the heart of the work that we do.
The right services were put in place in a very caring way. Nadeem was the hub. Essentially, it did feel like a joined up approach.
I think Julian naturally is a confident man, and I think it was about trying to ensure that we harness that positivity that Julian has. The strategy offers us opportunity to work with individuals around their needs and promote their confidence and independence, and allows them structure and control to think about the services that they want and how they want to live independently within the community.
All the services that I need have been provided and I feel well cared for. The difference that adult social care has made is the difference between being in an institution and being miserable and being at home and being happy.
My life was a bit of a struggle. I've always wanted to do things, like be out and about, meeting new people. Basically, my head was all over the place.
I started working with Shane in May 2017. His social worker in the transitions team referred him to the Knots Enabling Service. I know that Knots Enabling Service have changed Shane's pathway for the better. His social worker told me that he was planning to commission 2 days of day services for Shane. And now what we have is someone who's happy with their life, working hard, getting paid, and for those other 5 days a week not being bored, sat at home.
Ever since me and Aidan have been talking, ever since I've called him my brother, he's shown me some good skills, he's a nice lad. I can't have no one better than him, because he's quality.
I quickly found out that Shane was very good with people and his social skills were great. He always makes me laugh. He wanted to do some gardening and also he wanted to help people, which is why he did some volunteering at the community gardens. I increase a person's confidence by focusing on what strengths they do have, because I believe if you focus on things that interest someone, you're likely to get the best out of them.
I have the confidence to actually do something now in my life.
I'm proud that I've enabled someone to be able to do those things that they wouldn't necessarily be able to do before or believe that they could do. And I think that sums up what the Knots Enabling Service is about. We've changed someone's life for the better and actually made him more independent.
My passion is basically birds of prey. The best of all are my peregrines. Everything you've got is all based on a bond. If you haven't got that bond, you haven't got anything worth having.
Hello, my name is Mike and I come to High Oakham Primary School. And my daddy is a police officer. And I like it when Joe Wicks is Scooby-Doo. Hi, my name is Lacey. Hi, my name is William. And we go to High Oakham Primary School. And I like playing with the marbles one. I like playing on the field with my friends. And my daddy works at the police. My mummy is a teacher.
I am Joshua and I go to High Oakham Primary School and my dad is a key worker and my mum works for Boots and I love the field. Whoa.
Hello, I'm Charlotte and my parents both work for Nottinghamshire Police. My favourite thing that I've done at school so far is rounders.
Hi, I'm Leo and my mummy and daddy work for the ambulance services paramedics. They take people to A&E when they've had an accident. I have been at school recently and my favourite thing has been weaving Eye of God. Here's a picture. That's all from me and this message is to say stay home, stay safe.
Hi, my name is Ethan and this is my brother Johnson. My mum and dad work for the key workers of police force. Our favourite thing at High Oakham Primary School is rounders.
I'm Jane, County Enterprise Foods Team Manager. We were established in 1987 and the reason behind it was to make meals for our own Meals on Wheels service, but also to provide employment for people who would find it difficult to find work mainstream. So that is people with either a learning or a physical disability. We give them independence and we promote their well-being. We work alongside them, supporting them in the workplace, but also holistically. It isn't just coming to work and being a number, and they are very, very proud of the job that they do and how well they do it, and rightly so. They have won awards for the work that they do, and you know, it builds their confidence to feel valued.
I'm Jane and I work at County Enterprise Foods, and I've worked here for 29 years and I really enjoy it. I used to be a very shy person. I've grown a lot of confidence while I've been working here.
When you walk through the door, no visitor goes away without saying how nice the feel is here, because it's a very different kind of workplace to work where you are continually supporting staff as well as doing your job. The other part of our work is to provide a nutritious, well-balanced meal. We produce over 2,000 meals a day, and our team take great pride in everything that they do to get the best product.
The health and well-being of the customers is really important. We use locally sourced ingredients when we can, so we keep everything fresh. We've got 90% of the fresh vegetables here as well. In combination with the fresh cooked meats, we have a good nutritional balance to the meals, which is essential.
The food that we have can be traced back to the farm, so it very much is a farm to fork process. After the production of the meals, they come down to our distribution unit here at Rainworth, and we have 19 vehicles go out every day to deliver throughout the whole of the county. We have a freezer route, but the majority go out hot in our vehicles with the oven in the back of the van. The service we provide is essentially the good, nutritious meal that people get, and as well as the customer getting a hot meal or a frozen meal, whichever is their choice, we have safe and well checks, and this is part of our way of helping people remain independent.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi Gwen, I've bought you dinner.
Right, okay,
Here we are,
Thank
Ducky.
you.
How are you today? It's good for the families. It gives the families peace of mind. We're turning up on a daily basis and checking on their relatives and making sure that they're fine. And with us knowing the clients as well as we do, with us coming every day, we can normally tell if something's wrong straight away.
I'm Gwendoline and I'm 91 years of age and I don't feel it. My favourite dinner's beef and Yorkshire pudding. The meals help me to keep my independence. It's more than just a meal.
It's not a normal run-of-the-mill job. When you've done at the end of the day, you go home and you know that you've achieved something and you've helped people, and you get that every single day.
Notts County Council have always been very, very supportive of what we do. It is down to them that we are still here and that we still have this work ethic, and it enables us to continue.
Good morning, everyone. Before we begin this meeting, I would like to ask my chaplain, Pastor Simon Robinson, to lead us in prayer and a minute's silence.
Good morning, everybody. Let us pray. God, our Creator, you have made us a diverse people who have a common human identity and equal value before you. You have given people of all races the breath of life. We grieve the loss of George Floyd, who had that breath so cruelly snatched from him. We recognise that there have been many people in our nation who, like George Floyd, have had their lives cut short because of racial hatred and injustice, and those who suffer prejudice and discrimination because of race. We lament that so many people who have died from COVID are Black, Asian, minority ethnicity. We affirm that Black lives matter. God of love, we pray that you would help us to build kinder, more cohesive communities where peoples of different races and faiths and people of no faith can understand one another and live with a common purpose. We pray for all in our county who are bereaved, unwell, or fighting for their lives because of COVID. We remember our key workers who are helping us to get through this difficult time. And we thank you for the service of Councillor Rostance over this last year as chair. We pray for the new chair who will later be taking on this role. God of peace, we pray for this meeting today. We ask for a sense of calm and confidence in these difficult days. Many lives have been lost to racial hatred and to COVID-19. We will now share a minute's silence to honour the memory of these people and to reflect on the legacy they leave us. Everlasting God, we thank you for the preciousness of life. Now that we have remembered those who have lost their lives to racial hatred and to COVID, help us to honour their memory by living and working to make our county a safer and kinder place to live in. In the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Robinson.
Thank you. And thank you for the privilege of having me serve with you this year.
It's been an absolute honour. You've been tremendous. Thank you, Simon. Welcome everyone to this full council meeting, which is being held remotely, with the majority of members of this council joining the meeting from their own homes. I am Councillor Kevin Rostance, and I am the current chairman of the County Council and will start the proceedings today. The quorum for this meeting is 17, and I can confirm that we are quorate. In addition to members of the council, there are also a number of officers in the meeting today, including the Chief Executive, Anthony May, and Monitoring Officer, Marjorie Toward. This is the first virtual meeting of full council to be held in line with the new requirements of the Coronavirus Act 2020. Please bear with us if we do experience any technical difficulties. If we lose any members from the call temporarily, then officers will seek to assist in getting them reconnected as soon as possible, hopefully without the need to halt proceedings. May I remind you that we amended the Constitution at the December meeting. This means that there is now a time limit of 5 minutes per speaker, except for the mover and seconder of the motions, who can speak for 10 minutes. I will now make a statement on behalf of the whole council, with which I'm sure members will agree. Members will be aware of recent events in the United States which have led to widespread protests in that country and other countries across the world, including the UK. On behalf of the whole council, I want to offer our sincere condolences to George Floyd's family, friends and the community. Nottinghamshire County Council will not tolerate any type of discrimination and violence towards any of our citizens. The County Council emphasises fully with the feelings that have been expressed and supports the democratic right of people to make their views known through peaceful protest. We support any peaceful demonstration in support of Black Lives Matter movement and the unarguable right to peaceful protest. The Council also offers our support to our police and other frontline services as they strive to protect and serve all the residents of Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire County Council is working closely with our Black, Asian, minority, ethnic, network and trade union colleagues to tackle racism and discrimination in the workplace and also in the communities and broader society. Thank you all. Well, it's certainly been a memorable year for all of us. But what it has confirmed is how wonderful the people of Nottinghamshire really are. And when forced and faced with a crisis, storms, floods, Brexit, and now COVID-19, they are truly amazing. Our staff, wow, I tried to visit every department to give my thanks for the work they do. And never before are those thanks more deserved. From our facilities team taking on new roles providing PPE, to our social care teams doing a remarkable job and doing their very best in these difficult times to keep our residents safe. And my thanks go out to all our staff who have gone that extra mile during these exceptional times. This week is National Carers Week, and last week was National Volunteers Week. The situation we have found ourselves in has highlighted how remarkable these people really are. I had the privilege of presenting 2 volunteering awards, one for a 16-year-old and one for an 82-year-old who has been volunteering for over 60 years, who during lockdown and whilst looking after his wife who has dementia is giving free music lessons over the internet to the children of Hucknall. Truly inspirational. I've been helping in Hucknall Food Bank with some fantastic volunteers led by Yvonne Campbell, one of whom deserves a special mention. John Wilkinson, who's doing a tremendous job, a true Labour supporter, putting politics to one side and working together to support the people of Hucknall. If only we could all do this. No politicking or petty point scoring, just doing our very best for the people of Nottinghamshire. Surely that's why we're all councillors. And what better time to show a united front. Mental health continues in the spotlight, and rightly so. I had the honour and privilege to meet Prince Harry, a big supporter of mental health awareness and of Nottinghamshire, who was very charming and very passionate. I did receive comments from one of my colleagues who said, "A morning with you, Rostance, and he's decided to emigrate," which I'm sure is not true. I have welcomed numerous royals to Nottinghamshire, the Duke of Kent to open a spectacular war memorial on the embankment, Prince Charles and Camilla, Prince William and Kate, who paid a visit to Stamford Hall, the home of what must be the finest rehab centre in the world. We have so much in Nottinghamshire to be proud of. Sadly, my charity events were cut short, and my heart goes out to all the charities affected by the pandemic. Motor Neurone Nottingham are a much deserving charity and one that I will continue to support. 2 of the 4 events cancelled have offered to do fundraisers when time allows, and I will update you on funds raised when all monies are in, and thank you all for your continued support. During my year, I've opened schools, libraries, care homes and lots more. Met some amazing people that make this county so great. One lady even said it's lovely to have someone normal come to visit us. Kay soon quipped, "You didn't stay long then." I did ask the lady who her councillor was, and she said, "Councillor Bruce Lawton." And finally, thank yous to all the councillors who showed me the mutual respect throughout my year, my advisors Anthony, Marge, Sarah and Kay. Special thanks to my Minister Simon Robinson. We share different political views, I'm sure, but a true people person who I'm privileged to have as a friend. People of different political persuasions working together for the benefit of those in need. It could catch on. Simon, keep up your amazing work in the community and thank you so much for your support. Thanks go to all the civic dignitaries who made me so welcome and became friends. Sadly, we lost one during the year, Chairman Anthony Brewer, who despite my tormenting never failed to greet me with a smile. A wonderful man who will be sadly missed. And finally, I have gifts for my two lovely ladies that supported me. Sarah Ashton, what a gem. And Claire Rankin, my guardian angel. Nothing is ever too much trouble for these ladies. Thank you all for listening and the respect you have always shown me. I will finish on a quote. Respect ourselves guides our morals. Respect for others guides our manners. Please show respect to the rest of the meeting. Thank you for having me. Thank you. We now go on to the business part of the meeting. And can I call upon Councillor Bruce Lawton to nominate that Councillor Stuart Wallace be elected as Chairman of the County Council until the annual meeting 2021. Councillor Bruce Lawton.
Chairman, I think we still don't.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
We still don't have Councillor Lawton on. There's been problems getting him on the line. We're just trying to resolve that at the minute.
Deborah here. Jason's just helping him out now, Keith.
Thank you.
I think I've, over the years, had some quite scary times, but sat waiting for Bruce Lawton to say nice things about me is really a tension.
I do apologise, folks. We appear to be waiting for Councillor Lawton to
Councillor Lawton
get off the line.
is back in the meeting, people. Just to let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you. He's on. Oh, he's just muted. Councillor Lawton, you're just still muted at the minute, your microphone. If you can just unmute your microphone, please.
It's back on.
Councillor Lawton, can you hear us at all? I'm sorry about this. He is shown as being back in the meeting, but yep, I think he's talking now. Thank you.
Been hoping for a period of silence from him for some time.
Councillor Bruce Lawton, could you please nominate?
I can see you, but I can't hear you now. Sorry. Can you hear me, Kevin? I'm really on quiet. I can't hear you.
I can hear you, Bruce. Could you nominate Councillor Stuart Wallace to be elected, please?
I'm trying to turn the volume up, but it's not working.
All right.
I can hear you.
Do your thumbs up.
Well, we can hear you, Bruce.
Bruce? We can hear you, Bruce, so can you just speak?
Hi, Roger, you're right. Yeah, can you hear me now? I'm going through Roger's phone.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Right, okay. Do you want me to start the nomination speech then?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me okay? Right, fine. Okay,
Yep.
it gives me great pleasure to nominate Councillor Stuart Wallace for the position of chairman this year. As you're well aware, with his family background that I talked about when I nominated him as vice chairman. Can you hear me, Kevin? Sorry.
Yes, can hear you. Yes,
I'm
can
trying
hear
to
you.
get-
Carry on, Bruce.
Yeah, I'll
Carry
keep
on, Bruce.
going anyway.
Keep going.
This year requires strong leadership, and I'm sure that Stuart will operate and deal with the issues at hand. We need a cool head in charge at County Hall, and with his police training and his abilities, he will deal with those issues. I watched him as chairman of our Newark Association, running many elections, including the by-election after Patrick Mercer resigned. And he ran them with professionalism, and this skill will come in handy as he takes over the position of chairman of Nottinghamshire County Council. I'm not so sure about the green grass beard that has arrived over lockdown, and as chairman, it will have a serious impact on his golf handicap.
That's true.
But I'm sure that his playing partners will be quite happy to see the back of him. He will be ably supported by his wife Linda, who, to a certain extent, wears the trousers in the relationship. I would suggest, but the chairmanship will need a strong rudder at this time in the COVID situation and with the pandemic. And as chairman, he will have an advantage over you, Kevin, because he'll have the mute button to shut up those councillors who are misbehaving in the council chamber. Stuart, I wish you all the best in the forthcoming civic year. I'm sure you will do us proud. It will be a difficult year for you because you will be rebuilding the working of the chairmanship over that period. But you'll do us a good job, and I look forward to watching you visit those areas in the county once you're allowed to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
And good luck.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I call upon Councillor Tony Harper to second the motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a great privilege to second Councillor Wallace as chairman for the forthcoming year.
Yeah.
I've known Stuart for over 42 years as we served together as senior officers in the police.
But I've got myself.
By sheer coincidence, we then ended up working in the same office in Nottinghamshire County Council, with Stuart as chairman of adult social care and myself as his vice chair. Stuart was a good police officer, he was fair and he was disciplined, and these are the attributes that will make him a good chairman of this authority. When I followed Stuart as chairman of adult social care and public health, it was a very difficult act to follow. He was a very good chairman and was really knowledgeable about the department. Whilst I was his vice chair, he was an excellent tutor and helped me hit the ground running when I took over. Mr. Chairman, Stuart is a good man and will make an excellent chairman, and I wish him all the best for the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Harper.
Thank you.
Are there any other nominations, please? No, if we've got no other nominations, can I ask members whether anyone wishes to vote against or abstain, please? I will take that to mean that everyone is in agreement and the motion is carried. I declare that Councillor Stuart Wallace has been elected chairman of Nottinghamshire County Council until the annual meeting 2021. Congratulations, Stuart.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you. 4 people, I'm going to sign the declaration of acceptance of office, which the Chief Exec needs to see me do. Yeah. I, Stuart Wallace, having been appointed to the office of Chairman of Nottinghamshire County Council, hereby declare that I take the office upon myself and will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability. Anthony's now signed the document, and so now I'll, for the temporary time, put the chain on. I'll take the headphone off. That's on, and in actual fact, if everybody's put this thing on, it carries weight not only in what the duty is, but the actual weight of it around your neck. I think this gives me time to make a very short address to you all. Can I first of all thank you, all of you colleagues, for your support, and look forward to acting as for your chairman over a time which can only be described, as others have mentioned, very turbulent time for our county. Can I start off by congratulating Councillor Rostons and his wife Jane, the important part of the operation, for the hard work that they've put together in their year, albeit that the virus has curtailed their activities. It's not many chairmen who find that in their year they have to contend with serious flooding across the whole of the county and at the same time a pandemic. Secondly, colleagues, while much applause is rightly given to the NHS services and staff, I, on behalf of the authority, would like to acknowledge the massive effort of our own people. And in this, I include both private care workers and care home workers, the third sector group, such as CVSs, and even the people who just ask neighbours and friends, how can I help you? To each and all of them and our own staff, I am proud to be your chairman for Nottinghamshire County Council and the efforts you've put in. Colleagues, the civic office is yours. I feel that as your chairman, and hopefully Andy Sissons is the vice chairman, the civic office can help you and your residents if you call upon us. I'm just thinking, I think I might not be on volume, am I? Okay, right, keep going, they keep saying. Don't complain about it unless you've spoken to us, but I do look forward to being within your districts throughout the coming year. I've always been an ardent believer in the rights of free speech, a right which I will support in this as chairman in the chamber for the next year. However, along with the rights comes obligations. The main ones which should be that we show respect to our colleagues and that our debates remain centred on the issues under discussion and not on personalities or election campaigning. Moving to my charity, it will be My Sight Nots. I think that a loss or lack of any of the 5 senses at birth or later in your life must be devastating. From a personal viewpoint, I think that sight must be one of the worst. Here in Nottinghamshire today, 31,000 children and adults are living with vision loss, and that number is set to rise to 37,000 by 2021. While My Sight Nots is a charity based at Heathcote Street in the city, it covers not just the city, but the whole of the county, and is committed to supporting local blind, partially sighted people of all ages to lead fulfilled and independent lives. The charity employs some 17 full and part-time workers who are supported by some 150 volunteers. The value of My Sight Nots to our residents, I think, can be best summed up by a user, and I quote, "I lost my eyesight suddenly, without warning, and immediately my world shrank. My sight not saved my life, they opened up my world again to new possibilities. I commend the charity to you all and hope that you'll be as generous as you have always in the past. And again, a final thank you. I'd like now to ask Councillor Barnfather to move that Councillor Rostons be thanked for his work as Chairman of the Council during the last year and be presented with his Chairman's badge of office. Councillor Barnfather.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations on your appointment, and I hope that you have an excellent year in the chair, of which I am in no doubt. I note that as the mover of this motion, I am allowed 10 minutes. Well, as verbose and imaginative as I am, saying nice things about Councillor Rostons for 10 minutes would tax the strongest of minds, but I'll do my best. I'm delighted to be asked to move this motion to award Kevin the past Chairman's badge of office. I've known Kevin since 2007 for our shared membership of the Sherwood Conservative Association, and from when we were first elected to the County Council in May 2009. Kevin is, and as long as I have known him, has been one of the nicest guys you could wish to meet. I'm sure that everyone in this chamber today would agree that there is simply no edge to Kevin. He is, I think, by nature, non-confrontational and laid back, and he has demonstrated that throughout his time as our chairman. His sense of humour is infectious, and his ability is and somebody moved me from the meeting. Hopefully I'm back with you.
You are back with us now.
Thank you. Quite simply, you cannot dislike Kevin, whether political friend or foe, and I think that has been apparent throughout his political career. Everyone you speak to speaks well of him, even after 12 months in the chair. Kevin is a great family man and loves his sport, particularly his cricket, and has in the past been a star player for Papworth and Limby Cricket Club. All his contemporaries from his actual playing days, W.G. Grace, Harold Harwood, Donald Bradman, etc., have spoken highly of his cricketing skills. Even Geoffrey Boycott, not exactly renowned for his swashbuckling performances, said that Kevin's inimitable style of play actually made Boycott himself look like an exciting player. I'm not sure that was meant to be a compliment. So I will try to continue in terminology that Kevin might understand better. I think that his innings as the chairman of Nottinghamshire County Council has been outstanding ever since he came out to play. He has defended his wicket well, playing with a straight bat, even when faced with some low balls. He has deftly dealt with any googlies that have been thrown his way, and when offered the opportunity to open his shoulders and swing his bat, has effortlessly reached the boundary. He has consistently refused to be distracted by any on-field antics by other players, whether it's silly mid-on or silly mid-off. And he has, not to put too fine a spin on it, had a bumper year. Again, I think that we can all agree that from the chair, he has at all times maintained his line of length, and he has continuously represented his county with great distinction, both home and away. However, I would just like to add that cricket is a game of two ends. Without a steady and supportive playing partner at the other end, even great players fail. So an acknowledgement here to Kevin's wife, Jane, for her own strong and supportive performance for Team Rostons. It is, of course, unfortunate that his innings came to an early close because of circumstances beyond his or indeed anyone else's control. Stumps had to be pulled, tea taken early, and play could not be resumed. But I think it is fair to say that despite the unprecedented interruption, this was no drawn match. During his time at the crease, he simply hit it out of the ground. Kevin, you have earned your winner's medal, and I have absolutely no hesitation in moving this motion.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barnfather.
Thank you, Chris.
Can I call upon Councillor Tracy Taylor to second the motion?
Thank you, Chairman. Can I congratulate you on your office?
Thank you.
Just to say, it's a privilege to second this motion. Kevin is a gentleman, a great ambassador for Nottinghamshire, and most of us will have found him to be a great humorist. So my special request to you, Kevin, now, if you've a little bit more time on your hands, is do you think you can finally spend a bit more time with me getting this car parking right? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'll now open the motion for comment. And can I start off with Councillor Adair?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and congratulations on your appointment. And I hope you have a very successful year and that you can achieve your ambitions.
Thank
Kevin,
you.
I would like to thank you personally from the family and also on behalf of Nottinghamshire MND Association. You've been you chose the charity and you worked very, very, very hard for it. And you not only just did that, but you sort of involved yourself with them. You went in and you, as you know, those people who have got MND and wheelchairs and all sorts of disabilities and not being able to talk and with ventilators and everything, and you weren't shy about getting amongst them and talking to them and working with them, especially on the second Thursdays up in Mapperley Top. And in fact, I can tell you, members, that one day there was a social visit of some singer there. Kevin was there doing for his charity, and the singer got outperformed. Kevin took over the mic and started leading the sing-songs himself. And of course, everybody was amazed that the chairman of Nottinghamshire County Council can sing. So, you know, there's a lot of memories there, Kevin, that you actually brought to those people by visiting them on the second Thursdays and all the rest of it. And, you know, they do appreciate that. And Alison, my wife, she really says, make sure you thank Kevin for his work for the MND. And I know Godfrey and that they also send their thanks as well for that. And it's just a pity that you weren't able to fulfill all the ambitions you had because of COVID. Well, floods as well as COVID sort of got in the way. So, you know, that's just a shame. But as you've just said, you will still support the charity. It really does need your support, and it needs everybody else's support, because, as you know, as we're talking, there's somebody today dying of MND. To do every day of the week that we live, they die of MND. It gets quite a bit of publicity, but it doesn't get near enough publicity. And so Alison here with me, as her life deteriorates, and we know that's, I mean, it's a terminal disease. So any funds or any research that can be done for it, then that's going to be good. So Kevin, thanks for your help, and thanks for coming to the village here last year when we had a flower day and garden day. Thanks for that also. So everybody's very, very grateful for what you've done. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you. Thank you, Rich.
Councillor Alan Rhodes, please.
Thanks very much, Chairman, and congratulations on your appointment to Chairman of the County Council. I hope you have a very successful year. On behalf of myself and the Labour Group, I want to thank Kevin for his role as Chairman of the County Council this year. I think he's been an excellent Chairman of the County Council. You've been very fair and impartial when you've chaired the council meetings, Kevin, and that is always much appreciated by the opposition groups. But you've also carried out your role with good humour, kindness and friendliness, and we can ask no more from a chairman than that. You've engaged very well with members of our communities, and again, that is you are a great attribute to the council. You've been a tremendous ambassador and advocate for Nottinghamshire. So thank you very much on behalf of myself, on behalf of Labour Group members, Kevin.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Next in line would be Councillor Zadrozny, please.
Thank you, Chair, and may I add my congratulations to you being elevated to the Chair of the County Council. Kevin, what can I say? I think it's been fantastic to see somebody who is an Ashfield representing as the lead civic role in the county. I think how far back it is. I think it was just last Ashfield who represented. It's clearly nobody better to have done that for us. It's been always a shining beacon of fairness and compassion. And outside of the council chamber, I think you've been a great friend to members across the political spectrum, and particularly to members of the public. You've gone always the extra mile, and I can't say inside of the chamber, outside of the chamber, during mass debates or any arguments, I've seen you lose your smile or twinkle in your eye. So from our group, an enormous thank you for your year in office, and Kev, thank you for being you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drosny. Call on Councillor Tom Hollis. Councillor Hollis, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, Councillor Hollis is actually left. I'll try and get him back on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dobson.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Can I first of all congratulate you on taking office and wish you a very successful year, albeit a very strange year to begin with. Let's hope all moves on. Can I take this opportunity to say a big thank you to Kevin? When I first joined the County Council in 2013, a certain person was still with me and he said, Kevin's a good egg, Maureen. He will have a conversation with you and he will be kind and helpful, and that you have been, Kevin. But I'd also like to say what a fair chairman you've been over the last 12 months. It's not easy to keep all of us, all 66 of us, in control. Some of us particularly difficult. I won't mention them by name, but I think we all know who we're talking about, including Bruce. But having said that, I admire your diligence and your tenacity, and most important of all, your sense of humour. I think, Stuart, you'll need a sense of humour to be in that position for the next 12 months, because I think that's most important. But thank you, Kevin, for everything. And I wish you and your good lady a happy retirement from wearing the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
Thank you, Councillor Dobson. Councillor Helen Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your appointment today.
Thank you.
Kev, we've worked together for a while now, and I couldn't have asked you to have done a better job. You've done a fantastic job as chair. I know sometimes these meetings aren't always the easiest of meetings to chair. From all sides, you know, we can get a bit fiery. So I appreciate the job you've done. You've always been impartial, and you're a really good friend to us and to Tony as well. So I just want to say thank you for your year as chair. You did the council and you did Ashfield proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Rachel Madden, please. You are, that's it,
Yeah.
You're unblocked.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations. I think you have got a decent sized pair of boots to fill in our rosters. I've known him for many, many, many years now. We have a mutual interest in our feathered friends. He's always been kind, considerate, straightforward, unbending, but, as has already been said, impartial. Chris Barnfather has pinched all the cricketing analogies I was going to use. That's the trouble about being about 6th or 7th down in the list, so that what Chris said goes for it, Kevin. You always acted with a straight bat. And I appreciate what you've done over the years for councillors, for politics, for the county council, and for me. As Jason said, keep being you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. Councillor Carr, Stephen Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations. It's either Sunday or my mother suddenly appeared, because I'm not a Stephen, I'm a Steve. I just wanted to say that Kevin is probably the only Conservative chairman that I've not lost my temper with, which actually speaks volumes. And he's done a fantastic job, Kevin. You've kept what can be sometimes a very fractious meeting, kept it going, and with good humour and with patience, I think is the word I'm looking for. And if Councillor Wallace has already expressed that what he's going to do, and if he could just emulate what you did for the last 12 months, that would be good, because I think it's going to be quite a fractious 12 months leading up to an election. But you did us proud, Kevin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I'll get your name right by the end of the time. Could I ask for Councillor Steve Garner?
Good morning. Can we hear you?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I'd just like to say congratulations to Stuart on becoming the chairman.
Thank you.
A great man from Newark, so they say. And for Kevin, well, I'll give you another cricket analogy. You knocked him for 6, Kevin. You really did. You've had a fantastic year, and I do appreciate all your help. And my missus says, thank you for looking after me. You'll know what she means. Thank you. All the best. Bye for now.
Steve. Thank you.
Thank you. I have another speaker. I'm not quite sure I allow families into these sort of debates, but Councillor Phil Rostons.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations to your elevation of Chairman. I'm sure you'll have a fantastic year. But I thought it'd be amiss if I didn't say anything about my dad. I think you've done the council and you've done the family extremely proud. It's been really great to see you in that chair and how you've handled some of the situations, because it's not an easy job with a room full of this lot. But you've done fantastically well. I'd just like to say that I hope Councillor Wallace, you will travel in a little bit more style than Councillor Ross stands, because he's gone to a lot of his civic duties with a huge dent in his car. And as we have seen a lot of shocked faces as he's arrived at a lot of his civic duties, but he is so down to earth, and that's what people really like about my dad, is the fact that he is so approachable and a great chap. So it has been a real honour to see you in that chair, Dad, and welcome back to the rest of us, and I hope you have a great year, Councillor Wallace. Thank you for letting me speak. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Phil. Can I ask finally again for Councillor Tom Hollis?
I'm sorry, he's not back on yet. We're doing our best. Yeah.
Okay, then. Well, apparently he's not back on with us, and they're doing the best. Is anyone who would like the opportunity to speak that's not been selected already? Otherwise, I'm going to move towards the vote. Almost like an auction, this, isn't it? You know, just waiting for the third to bang it down. I'll put it, therefore, to the motion, and the motion is, as explained by Councillor Barnfather, that Kevin receives his past chairman's badge of office. Can I ask, is there anyone against it? I'll therefore take it unanimously. And can I ask Councillor Rostons to take his badge of office and show it to us? Put it around his neck.
Thank you.
Just stop the camera, because we can only just see the green strip. They are.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I now move on to item 2, which is the appointment of the vice chairman? And can I ask Councillor Garner to move the appointment of Councillor Andy Sissons as the vice chairman for the County Council for the ensuing year? Councillor Garner, can you please move the motion?
Thank you, Chairman. It brings me great delight to nominate Andy Sissons as vice chairman of Nottinghamshire County Council. Andy was born in Hucknall and moved to Mansfield some 30 years ago. He is well respected within this community and was the town crier for Mansfield at one time. Andy has a great sense of humour, a wonderful entertainer, and everyone calls him the singing butcher. He's a proud man who enjoys spending time with his wife and family. He also breeds canaries and budgies. So I don't know if that's you call them budgie fanciers or canaries. I don't know. First elected for the county council in 2013 and has been ever present on the adult social care committee, which he really loves. So it gives me great pleasure to nominate my friend, Councillor Andy Sissons, from Mansfield South to the Vice Chairman of the County Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Kevin, having just now stepped down from being chairman, can now start doing some real work. And can you second the motion that Councillor Andy Sissons becomes Vice Chairman for the year?
I'd be delighted to second the motion. Andy Sissons, he's a wonderful guy. He's helped me so much in the past year with my charity work. He's sung for me. He's been Father Christmas for me, and he's off the same road as my wife. He's a Hucknall lad, so he's off Carlingford Road in Hucknall. So I couldn't recommend or either recommend a better person to take the role. He'll do a tremendous job, and I'm delighted to be asked to second it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I have it moved and seconded. Can I ask, are there any other nominations for Vice Chairman? Councillor Madden, are you indicating you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to nominate Steve Carr for this position. Usually, the Vice Chairman is from the majority party, and I think it is time that we had somebody who was on their own, who could speak for all of us. Steve, I've known since 2009. He's been a county councillor since 2005, if I remember correctly. He has always shown passion for the residents of the county, passion for what the county council does itself. He's not frightened in saying when things are wrong, but on the other hand, he's not backward in coming forward to say thank you or the appropriate credit where it's due. I think as an independent person, I know he's in a political party, but he's on his own, so he's basically an independent person. He will stick up for the authority when he is needed, and therefore I have no hesitation and great pleasure in nominating Steve Carr for the position of Vice Chairman of Nottinghamshire County Council. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion put forward by Councillor Madden requires to be seconded. My apologies. Councillor Anne Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be more than happy to second Councillor Carr to be the Vice Chairman of this council. I've known Councillor Carr for more years than I can remember. Steve will be an excellent ambassador for this council. He is caring, dedicated, and he always puts everybody else before himself. And I think that's something that is really important in this sort of role. He's got some very large shoes to fill with the outgoing chairman when he was vice chair. So I wish all the best to Steve, but I will happily second Councillor Steve Carr to be the Vice Chair of Nottinghamshire County Council for the ensuing year.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's proposed and seconded. Are there any other nominations? So therefore, there are two candidates, Councillor Vickers and Councillor. My apologies on that one. Councillor Sissons and Councillor Carr. Because there are more than one nomination, members will be asked to vote. Will be asked to vote for their preferred candidate or to abstain. I'll now ask the Chief Executive to call each member in turn and ask who they wish to vote for and to report the outcome. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to remind members that when called, they should name their preferred candidate or state that they are abstaining, after which I'll inform the Chairman of the outcome. So, starting with Councillor Adair, your preferred candidate, please.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Allen.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Barnfather.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Bosniak.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Bradley.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Brooks.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Brown.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Butler.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor John Clark.
Councillor Steve Carr.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Councillor Sissons, please.
Councillor John Cotty.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Creamer.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Cutts.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Deakin.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Dobson. Councillor Dobson. Councillor Dobson.
Sorry, abstained on both.
Thank you. Councillor Doddy.
Councillor Sissons, thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Fielding.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Fole.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Garner.
Councillor Andy Sissons.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Girling.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Greaves.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Hanley. Councillor John Hanley.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Harper.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Henry.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Henshaw.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Hollis.
Anthony, can I just mention Councillor Hollis is still out of the call on the minute. He's just rang up to say that his vote is for Councillor Carr.
Councillor Hopewell. Councillor Vaughan Hopewell.
Councillor Sissons.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Jackson.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Kerry.
Councillor Andy Sissons.
Councillor John Knight.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Lawton.
Andy Sissons.
Councillor John Longdon.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Madden.
Councillor Steve Carr.
Councillor Martin.
Councillor Steve Carr.
Councillor Meal.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Ogle. Councillor John Ogle. Councillor Ogle.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Owen.
Andy Sissons.
Councillor Payne.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Peck.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Place. Councillor Sheila Place. Councillor Place.
Steve Carr.
Thank you. Councillor Plant.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Pringle.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
Councillor Andy Sissons.
Councillor Quigley.
Andy Sissons.
Councillor Rhodes.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Rostance. Kevin Rostance.
Councillor Andy Sissons.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Saddington.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Andy Sissons.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Andy Sissons.
Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
Councillor Steve Carr.
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Simbaridis. Councillor Simbaridis. Councillor Parry Simbaridis.
Councillor Parry's muted.
If you could unmute yourself, please, Parry, so we can take your vote. I'm going to come back to Parry. Hopefully we can help him unmute his device. Councillor Steve Vickers.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Walker.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Wallace.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Vice.
Councillor Watt.
Sorry, Muriel, I didn't catch that.
Sorry, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Muriel. Councillor Wetton.
Councillor Carr.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Woodhead.
Councillor Steve Carr.
Councillor Martin Wright.
Councillor Sissons.
Councillor Zadrozny.
Councillor Steve Carr.
I'm going to go back and see if we've got Councillor Hollis.
Councillor Steve Carr.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a note of that, Tom, and then come back to the only other colleague that hasn't yet cast their vote, which is Councillor Parry Simbaridis. My colleagues in...
Hello, we're just in contact with Councillor Simbaridis at the minute, and I think it's just been sorted so that he can cast his vote.
Given that this is probably...
He can't do it. He couldn't unmute it apparently, and he's asking for his vote for Councillor Carr to be put forward.
Okay, so colleagues, if you could just bear with us for a moment while we count the votes and inform the chairman of the result. Thank you.
Those are my maths. Right, thank you for that, Chief Executive. The vote is as follows. Councillor Sissons, 36. Councillor Carr, 29 with 1 abstention. Therefore, I declare that Councillor Sissons is the Vice Chairman for Nottinghamshire County Council for the coming year. And I would ask Councillor Sissons if he'll now read the declaration of office and sign the declaration in the presence of the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. The Chief Executive is now in the room. This is my declaration of acceptance. I, Andy Sissons, having been appointed to the office of Vice Chairman of Nottinghamshire County Council, hereby declare that I take that office upon myself, and I will duly and faithfully fulfil the duties of it according to the best of my judgment and ability. I shall now sign the declaration, Chairman. Thank you, Chief Executive. There, Chairman, that's the signed declaration.
Thank you. So would you don the chain of office? Well, can you drop the camera down because we can't see it, just your head at the moment.
Yes, and that takes a lot of space up. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, colleagues, for voting for me.
If you'd like to say a few words, please, Councillor Sissons.
Yes, I would, Chairman. Thank you. Firstly, of course, congratulations to you on being appointed as Chairman.
Thank you.
I feel deeply honoured that colleagues even considered me for this position. I'm really grateful for that. And I feel a little bit humbled at the moment. I've got to say, beautiful golden chain, golden emblem on here. I think there are a lot of people in the county at the moment who deserve a gold medal a lot more than I do. And I would just like to say the staff at Nottinghamshire County Council, the staff at the districts, the partnership organisations, volunteers, of course, and care workers and carers and NHS staff who have gone above and beyond their actual job descriptions to keep this wonderful county of ours ticking over in this unprecedented time. People have gone the extra mile. As I say, they've done things that aren't in their job descriptions to make sure that the most vulnerable in our society have been safeguarded and looked after. And that's a thank you, of course, not just from myself. I shall now be even more of an ambassador for the county during the next year. And of course, I shall fulfil my role and be supporting our new chairman in his year of office. Thank you all for voting for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. And don't forget you're booked for Santa Claus.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Now move on to item 3 in the papers, in the yellow papers, to the recognition of members and officers of groups, general dispensation for non-attendance and council meetings. Can I call on the leader, Councillor Kay Cutts, to introduce the report and remove the recommendations contained within it. Councillor Cutts.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I move the report, may I say congratulations. I hope you have a really interesting and exciting year. I think last year none of us could have foreseen the event which pertains, so I don't know what's going to happen this year. So might be a storm of locusts, I have no idea, but enjoy it anyway.
Thank you.
I now move the item 3 in the agenda as set out in the minutes book. You will see that there is the 3 groups of the County Council. There's the Conservative Mansfield Independent Group, the Labour Group and the Ashfield Independent Group, and 2 non-aligned members. Can I also draw your attention to the fact that the Conservative Group now have an extra member and the Labour Group have 1 less member, which brings the Conservative Group to 54.55% of the Council as it presently stands. And I'd like to welcome John Knight personally into our group. I'm sure he'll be a very useful member. Can I also draw members' attention to the setting aside of the standing orders requiring people to appear in person? As you will all know, we have people who are shielding who have health problems, and that is the reason why they're probably not going to be able to come to the county council when we resume meetings in person. I hope you all accept these facts, because it is difficult for people if they have health conditions, or they may be shielding someone else with a health condition in their family. And it is one of those things which I think we should all get behind this, please, if you wouldn't mind, because I wouldn't like to think anyone's vote wasn't going to count, and I wouldn't like to think anyone was being excluded from being a member of the county council because they have not been, for medical reasons, able to turn up at County Hall. So the recommendations are set out on page 3, and that we notice the membership of the political groups, that the officers of the groups be noted, and that the council approves the dispensation to be granted to any county councillor who is unable to attend the meeting for the authority for a period of 6 months due to cancellation of meetings, reduce attendance at meetings at the request of political groups, shielding, self-isolation or hospitalisation, and lack of technical difficulties where appropriate computer or telephone facilities don't apply, and relating to and during the absence of the COVID-19 coronavirus emergency, and that all members so affected shall continue in their role as a county council for their areas, despite their non-attendance for such reasons. Hope you'll all accept that, and I move the recommendations.
Muted yourself, Chairman.
I have already, so quickly. Councillor Butler, would you second the motion?
Yes, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to you on your appointment. You've certainly had a very interesting start, and we did wonder whether Bruce was actually going to appear to propose you. It reminded me a little bit of Eurovision Song Contest from many years ago, when everyone had been waiting for the international or the European juries to come in. But congratulations. Also, I must say as well, I didn't know until you announced it this morning which charity you were supporting. And I think that's excellent. As you quite rightly said, the loss of any sense, but I think particularly sight, is truly devastating. And so very best of luck in having a good fundraising year. Also, if I may as well, just congratulate Councillor Sissons on his appointment as Vice Chairman. I'm sure you will have an enjoyable and interesting year as well. And also must also just pass on my thanks to Kevin for his this year. Anyway, that's a rather long introduction to seconding the proposal, and I'm happy to second the motion, and will reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He's outside in the backyard.
Thank you. Right. Yes, right. Sorry. Thank you. Before I have a list of 3 speakers who indicated they wish to speak, but before I call the first speaker, might I remind you that there is 5 minutes for speakers. Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you. Yes, Chairman. Thank you for inviting me to speak. I have a query, and the query is on the status of Councillor Vickers, who on the 4th of March, it was reported, was suspended from the Conservative Party after he allegedly posted an Islamophobic Facebook comment. And just I'm quoting now, in the comment about the Nice terrorism attacks, he is said to have exclaimed that Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, and his brethren were part of the problem, and the phrase "hunt them all down" was also used. My understanding is that, unless we can be informed otherwise, that he's currently suspended pending investigation. Can I ask whether this investigation has taken place? If so, what the outcome was? And if not, why Councillor Vickers is still shown as a member of the Conservative group and is being proposed as the chairman of the Health and Wellbeing Board?
Thank you. Given that it's a specific issue that you are raising, I'm going to call upon Councillor Cutts to respond to that.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for calling me. This gives me an opportunity to explain the situation. Councillor Steve Vickers has been approached by the party and also by this group to explain himself the circumstances which he tweeted in 2016 before he became a councillor of this county council. He was appalled at the events that had taken place in 2016 in Nice when over 80 people were mown down by a lorry and some over 400 people were seriously injured because of the actions of the Islamic State, who also took credit for doing that, if that's the right word to use. Councillor Steve Vickers is deeply sorry that he's caused any offence to anyone. He has fulsomely apologised. This has been accepted by both the group and by the party, and we now have Steve Vickers back in our midst again. Because his apology has been fulsomely accepted, I'm very happy, Alan, to send you a copy of that fulsome apology, and I hope you'll receive it in the spirit in which it was given. You must understand that when someone is so appalled that something like that, occasionally we say things in haste. There is no intention on Councillor Vickers' part to hurt or offend anybody, of whatever race, colour or creed. And I'm sure you know that Steve is very happily married and to an Asian lady, and there is absolutely no racism in Steve Carr's body whatsoever. Over his working life, he has worked with people of many colours and many creeds, and has always been well respected and well liked, and shown that respect to all other members. And I hope you accept that, Alan, and I will let you have a copy of the apology.
Can I respond, Chairman?
Yes.
Very briefly, thank you, Kay, for your response. Yes, I would like to see that particular document that you've referred to, but I still hold the view that someone who holds these Islamophobic views is not a suitable person to be the chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board, and the Labour Group will not therefore be supporting his chairmanship or that report in agenda item 6. And I'm afraid it's not acceptable to us to have someone with Islamophobic views on this council and support and being rewarded with the chairmanship of a committee.
Thank you. Councillor Dżosny.
Thank you, Chair. My points were entirely on the same issue about the membership of Councillor Vickers to the Conservative group, and of course the leader's just answered that he apologised to the Conservative Party and to the group, and therefore he's been readmitted. I think it's abhorrent to us and to tens of thousands of other residents that he's not apologised publicly, and he's not making the statement either. And I think that's really particularly bad, especially given in context of the current climate, where today the outgoing chairman made a oration in support of Black Lives Matters, and when somebody, no matter how heated, says things like Sadiq Khan's brethren or hunt them down, but then says they were sorry about it, and in the heat of the moment, it is rewarded with a highly paid, remunerated chairmanship, because clearly Black lives only matter to a certain point, not nearly as much as Conservative votes matter. And one would only assume that's because the majority is wafer thin. And I think what I'm particularly upset about, and other organisations like Hope Not Hate, are because of the current context. And I think given the words said, an apology is not good enough, and it's certainly not good enough just to your group. It needs to be a very public apology at the very least, and then people may choose whether they accept it or not. But I guess my question, Mr. Chairman, if I had one, is would the leader of the council like to guess how
unknown participant is now exiting.
Guess how long a statue of Councillor Vickers would last if it was outside County Hall right now? Thank you.
I'm back again. I keep muting myself. Councillor Carr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have never heard so much gobbledygook from the leader of the council over this issue. We started this meeting with a prayer, and the prayer was about all working together, all being tolerant of each other. And yet we have in our midst a member who put all of the Islamic faith into one box and describe them in terms which is unbecoming of a councillor. And quite frankly, it's an insult to the people and the members of the Health and Wellbeing Board, some of whom are health professionals, some of whom are from boroughs and districts. It shows a complete disrespect to those people who are on this committee, that we have somebody with these views as chairman of that committee. I have to tell you now that Broxtowe Borough Council will be considering whether to send a representative to this committee, so long as
Unknown participant is now
chair.
joining.
I think it's an absolute disgrace how this has been handled. Other parties wouldn't have handled it like this at all. It would have been public. And for the leader of the council to announce his apology and not Steve Vickers himself is actually an insult to all of us on this meeting as well. If I could, I would put forward a vote of no confidence in this councillor, but we're not in that position to be able to do that today. I'm appalled.
Thank you. Finally, the speaker of Councillor Owen.
Chairman, you took me rather by surprise because I hadn't indicated. There's a lot of huffing and puffing going on as far as this is concerned, and I think it's unfortunate and is regrettable. Councillor Vickers has issued a fulsome apology for something that he did in the heat of the moment, and I find it incredible that some of the people that have spoken this morning are the worst offenders in terms of saying things in the heat of the moment, which is what we all do from time to time. That's what makes us passionate politicians. And if we get it wrong...
Point of clarification. Standing order, brief clarification. Could Councillor Owen please indicate where he is counting me in that? And if he is, then I want it recorded that he's broken the code of conduct. Thank you.
Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Chairman. I will continue. As I said, that people that make statements which they later regret
I'm sorry, that's not acceptable, Mr. Chairman. I've asked a clarification question on 9.8 of the points of order. Was Councillor Owen referring to me?
You can ask as many questions as you like, Councillor Carr, with the Chairman's permission.
Stop, whoa. Councillor Owen, was it meant to include directly Councillor Carr?
I'm not making any statements. I'm saying I made a general comment about councillors in general who hold passionate views, often or on occasions say things that in the cold light of day they will regret. Councillor Vickers clearly, before he was a councillor, made a comment on Facebook or whatever it was. This is why I avoid social media like the plague. He regretted it in the cold light of day. He has made a fulsome apology, which the leader of the council has offered to make public. And that really now should be an end to the matter. And we should move on and go forward together. Thank you, Chairman.
Right, thank you. In answer to Councillor Carr, I take the information that's been given by Councillor Owen that it's a generic response he made, and it wasn't made towards you personally. It was made a generic one. So that deals with your point of order. Thank you. That deals with your point of order.
No,
I'm now going to move on to Councillor Vickers.
I'm sorry.
I'm now going to move on to Councillor Vickers. Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Chairman. Hope you can hear me. I truly apologise and hope I have not caused offence to too many people with this. I will be adding to this statement later next month, which will be the 17th of July, and that happens to be the anniversary of Bastille Day and also the 4th anniversary of this event, and it'll be quite a comprehensive response. But the Leader of the Council, Councillor Cutts, has given what I would like to say at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the comments from the Leader and Councillor Vickers.
Just two specific questions. Why is it taking so many months for somebody else to issue an apology on behalf of Councillor Vickers? And secondly, has Councillor Vickers done the courtesy of writing to Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, and apologised to him personally, given that he was personally named in his disreputable and despicable comments that he made publicly a few months ago? And a final question to the Leader of the Council. Why did she not see it fit to act on the issue at the time the statement became public, and why has it taken a question from Councillor Rhodes to prompt the apology today?
Okay, thank you. As far as this item is concerned, Councillor Vickers is not here on trial in front of this chamber at the moment, and therefore I'm not inviting him to answer each member's what he may or may not have done. He's already made a statement. He intends to make a further statement, and then I'm going to move on to that one. I will, however, give Councillor Cutts the opportunity of responding to the second part of your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman. Can I say I do find it extraordinary that somebody who has apologised fulsomely, can I say you have no idea how long the party has taken looking at this, and therefore to assume it's only just been done is wholly wrong. We have taken our time to examine this. Can I also remind members that in the meantime we've had a pandemic virus in our country which has killed many people and injured very many other people. I do think that's really taken everyone's time and attention, quite rightly so. And I think anyone who has died during the COVID pandemic would have more concern about the way our country's run than what somebody said on a tweet in 2016 before they were a councillor. I do take exception to being lectured by Jason in particular. I do recall that at the last meeting we tried to have a civic event, that Jason's group behaved in a manner which caused it necessary to abandon.
Hang on a minute. At no point were my group...
Excuse me,
Mr. Chairman, I will not be labelled a racist by a bigoted leader of this council who has been homophobic, Islamophobic and racist herself. And she can take umbrage as much as she likes, but I will not tolerate that abuse from a mean-spirited, grumpy old woman. It's time you were much more respectable than that, Councillor Cutts.
These are just insults.
I am insulted, Mr. Chairman, and if you can't control the leader of the council, you don't deserve that role. How dare she? My grandfather fought for this country so that we had the rights to fight the Nazi regimes. She might as well put a swastika up on that wall. How dare you call me racist?
Mr. Chairman, the fact that the leader of this council feels it's appropriate to compare democracy with racism is downright disgraceful.
Councillor Smith, if you wish to speak, you indicate, and we will deal with you along with everyone else. Okay? This is not just a throw 4 points in at the time that you feel necessary. Right now, can we please continue? Councillor Cutts.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I go back to the last council meeting, which had to be abandoned because of the behaviour of the Ashfield independent groups?
Who was racist?
And I also remind Councillor Johnson
obfuscate by suggesting that my group behaved in the same way as her racist members, who should be kicked out. It's not good enough. I'm absolutely appalled by that abhorrent tone. You're fit for resignation, Councillor Cutts. Fit for resignations. Absolutely disgusting.
Councillor Cutts, can you summarise and move on?
This cat's on the wall behind me, where my family fought against Nazi regimes, fought for freedoms against racism, and you dare compare me to it while you sit on your ivory throne. You're an absolute disgrace. It's time you...
Councillor Dodsley, please. Please. Now, let's take a deep breath, please. All of us. Councillor Cutts. Right. Can you just now move on to the next part, please?
Yes, I can move on to the next part. At that occasion, I'm afraid the leader of the Ashfield Independent Group, who is paid highly for his position, saw fit to send out at 8 minutes past 2 the same day an apology for his behaviour. I think he's going to have to do the same again today. I find his remarks...
I am absolutely... You need to shut up, Kay. You need to, because you are breaching the code of conduct and standards. And you forget that this is being broadcasted, not in your normal little box.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. I'm the chairman. I am speaking.
Then
This is
control
not,
that outrageous leader.
This is not a two-part personal comments between two individuals in the chamber. All right, this chamber's 66 people, all of whom have rights to listen and rights to make their own. We're not having a cross argument between two people over a certain set of facts. All right. Now, I don't want to go down the lines of making adjournments. I don't want to go down the lines of asking people not to speak again during the meeting at all. Councillor Crooks, can you bring that part to...
Yes, I can, Chairman. Can I say that this is being live streamed, and I find the sexist comments by Jason quite repulsive, actually. Steve Vickers is not a racist. He has apologised. Is anyone ever allowed to apologise for anything they may have made? Can I ask that the actual independent be quiet, please? Behaving rather like a silly little boy.
Councillor Coates, thank you, but don't put embers on the fire, please. Thank you. Can I move now on to Councillor Fall?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm here. Yes. Okay. Just to bring a slightly calmer tone to this, you cannot say that because this was said in the heat of the moment, that exonerates that kind of deeply unpleasant, racist comment. It really does not exonerate him, and just to say that is the case is just not on. It is completely indefensible, and I'm trying to stay calm here because I do understand people's passions, but that kind of racist comment is completely indefensible, whatever anybody says. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Yes, for clarification, Councillor Wallace, congratulations on your post. Councillor Coates, there were other Conservatives in the building that came out of the corridor of power at the last meeting, and there were other Labour Council members in the chamber. And actually, Councillor Clark, MBE, was in the chamber before me. So don't...
Councillor Martin,
ruining the last meeting. You should have gone to Zoom and not...
Councillor Martin,
not try to be a dictatorship as usual. I think I'm in the Fourth Reich here.
Councillor Martin, if you are going to talk, will you talk to the issue? And the issue is item 3, as set out with the recommendations under item 3. This is not a discussion about what should or shouldn't happen with a particular individual or a particular one. It is the item of schedule under item 3. So
yes, I fully agree, Councillor Wallace. I fully agree, Councillor Wallace, Chairman. Tell your leader to keep her a leash on herself then. Oh yes, laugh, Kay, laugh.
Thank you. Thank you. Please order. It's a strange thing to have to say first day in. Are there any other speakers who wish to indicate their intentions to speak, but they are speaking to item 3 and the recommendations set thereon?
Chairman, I'd like to speak. Councillor Tom Hollis.
Councillor Hollis, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, congratulations on your appointment to the chair, and I do wish you every success. I've texted Councillor Roston just to say thank you for how such fair-handed nature he treated not only myself but our group and all opposition members for that. And frankly, what I've seen in this meeting so far, it seems you're going to be on a similar vein. So I hope that continues, and I wish you every success in not only chairing the meetings but also with regards to the civic events, and I truly hope they start up for you so you can represent the county, as is your right, in those events. But going back to the item in question, I have great reservations about the assertion that somehow we're all racist, or somehow the heat of the moment racism is excusable. And of course, you're right to say that Councillor Vickers isn't on trial during this meeting. However, during this meeting, and in fact during this agenda item, we're all asked to put our faith in him to represent us on what is probably one of the biggest committees this county council has. So I think it's every right and proper that every member has the right. And I think members will also excuse Councillor Zadrozny's passion. I think it's fair to say that his family and him personally were far more attached to unfortunate or quite horrific racist acts by the Nazi Party and other horrific incidents that happen worldwide than almost every, or certainly any other member on this chamber. And I think it's only right and proper when Councillor Owen and frankly Councillor Cutts and Vickers make the assertion that somehow us carrying out our rights.
Councillor Hollis, can I just ask you to concentrate on the issue and the issue set out in the recommendations?
No,
thank you.
That's every right, and I think it's. I'm just drawing an end to those comments by saying that I certainly am not a racist, and I'll carry out my right as an opposition member, and to be put in the same category as a racist is not right. But moving on to the next opinion, members will be aware that I've been fighting tooth and nail to save my Sure Start Centre in Huthwaite. It's a Sure Start Centre that provides services for almost all of Sutton and Kirkby. It's one of the larger ones, but particularly for the neighbours in Huthwaite. To be told that we can't find contingency funds to keep it open of just £28,000 a year, but we can find £25,000 a year to bribe one member to swap parties. By his own admission, Councillor Knight's own admission in the Chad and Nottingham Post, the money that he was offered was a major factor in him moving over. And I just feel it's an absolute kick in the teeth to residents in my division that the money can't be given for something that affects hundreds and hundreds of families, but something that affects quite a wealthy individual on this council is in my eyes appalling. But I do wish him every success in his new role and his new life as a Conservative, and I really hope that time and effort is spent on actually during that committee doing what the committee's there set to do, and not just focusing on Councillor Cutts' sycophant's dream of demolishing Nottinghamshire County Council and Ashfield districts and other districts and boroughs in the county. But I think that's the end of my comments, Chairman, and I thank you for allowing me to speak. And I only can say that I'm frankly appalled by a number of things in this item, particularly Councillor Knight and Councillor Vickers' two roles in it. But that draws an end to my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollis. That concludes the list that I am aware of. But
no,
just to make sure,
I have my hand up, Mr. Chairman.
Just a moment. As far as my list is concerned, all who wanted to speak have. As far as you're concerned, Councillor Carr, you've already had one opportunity to speak, and that's all that there is there. So let me now just go through. When's that
been in the Constitution?
You only speak once to a subject item under. Am I not? I turn now to the Chief Executive, who concurs with that.
This will be a first in 15 years.
You don't keep coming back time after time after time. You have one. That's, as far as I was always concerned, was the case, and it's confirmed by the Chief Executive. So we'll move on.
Well,
can I ask,
Mr. Chairman, Councillor Cutts has spoken twice.
She's the presenter of the thing, and she was asked to answer a specific question by Councillor Rhodes. Okay.
Yeah, you're trying to cover this all up.
I'm not trying to cover anything up. I'll go again now and ask, are there any people who have not spoken yet who wish to speak? Okay, I'm not getting any information. No hands are going up to say so. So I'll assume the answer to that is no. Fine, thank you. I'll now go to Councillor Cutts and ask her if she will sum up. Sorry, did Councillor Butler, do you wish to... I'm told I've missed you out.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was struggling with the hand symbol thing on the computer. All I really just wanted to say was the good feeling and the goodwill didn't last very long at the beginning of this meeting. Councillor Vickers has apologised, as we've heard. I'm not going to repeat over all that again. There is no room anywhere in this authority or anywhere else for racist comments, homophobic comments, any other minority group comments, nor, dare I say, is there any room for ageist comments. And when a councillor refers to a mean-spirited old woman, I'm sure the lady who that comment was targeted at is not too upset about it. but it hardly shows respect for a particular group of people. So really, Mr. Chairman, on the other point was I'm slightly surprised we're talking about this on this item, because I did wonder if this might be something for the next item on the agenda. But there we are. Perhaps we've done it ahead of ourselves. But really, it's very unfortunate how it's gone. Everyone makes mistakes. People who live their lives on social media usually come to regret something they've said sooner or later. That's
again, we're having a retrial over this. It is the item number 3 and the recommendations that are appointment. And if you're going to speak, that's fine. Otherwise, I intend to move forward.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Even I was getting carried away. So I'll. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Cutts, can I ask you to sum up, please?
Well, I'm just recommending that the items are set out in the minute book on agenda item 3, page 3, that the membership of the political groups be noted, that the officers of the groups be noted, and that the council approve the dispensation be granted to any county councillor who is unable to attend any meetings of the authority for the period of 6 months due to the aforesaid reasons. And I'm moving those recommendations, Chairman.
Thank you. The recommendations are moved. They are seconded. I'm now going to go to the vote. My script that say I would ask if there are any people who wish to abstain or vote against, but I anticipate that the answer to that would be yes.
Will we have a recorded vote, please?
Well, wait a minute. I'm saying I'm assuming to the that is going to be yes in this case,
Chairman.
And so therefore I will ask the Chief Executive to do the roll call.
Recorded vote needs 10 members, doesn't it?
Well, it will be a recorded vote because that's what the roll call is.
Good.
So, looking at my Chief Exec.
Are there members who want a recorded vote? If so, then let's say so now, please, and then we only have to do it once. Yeah, so I need 10 people. Just indicate, please, show your hands, wave at me. Show your hands on the screen. I'm going to take that as 10 people. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. So I am now taking a recorded vote on this item, colleagues. Starting, please, if I may, with Councillor Adair. My understanding is that Councillor Adair is having trouble with his connection, so I'm going to read the list. I'll come back to Councillor Adair. I'm going to move then to Councillor Allen.
Abstain.
Councillor Barnfather.
For.
Councillor Bosniak.
Abstain.
Councillor Bradley.
For.
Councillor Brooks.
Abstain.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor John Clark.
Abstain.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Cotty.
For.
Councillor Creamer.
Abstain.
Councillor Cutts.
For.
Councillor Deakin.
Abstain.
Councillor Dobson. Councillor Dobson. Councillor Maureen Dobson.
Can you take your mic off, Councillor Dobson, please?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
Abstain.
Councillor Fole.
Abstain.
Hang on.
Councillor Garner.
For.
Yes, it's been fine as long as the last 10 minutes.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
Abstain.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to Councillor Adair. Can I hear you there, Councillor Adair? Councillor Adair.
Yeah.
How do you
for the
vote, please?
motion. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my Wi-Fi, but for the motion.
Thank you. I'm coming back to Councillor Girling, please.
For.
Councillor Greaves.
Abstain.
Councillor Handley.
For.
Councillor Harper.
For.
Councillor Henry.
Abstain.
Councillor Henshaw.
Abstain.
Councillor Hollis.
Abstain.
Councillor Hopewell.
For.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
4.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
4.
Councillor Kerry.
4.
Councillor Knight. Councillor Lawton.
4.
Councillor Longdon.
4.
Councillor Madden.
Abstain.
Councillor Martin.
Abstain.
Councillor Meal.
Abstain.
Councillor Ogle.
4.
Councillor Owen.
4.
Councillor Payne.
Abstain.
Councillor Peck.
Abstain.
Councillor Place.
Abstain.
Councillor Plant.
Abstain.
Councillor Pringle.
Abstain.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
4.
Councillor Quigley.
4.
Councillor Rhodes.
Abstain.
Councillor Kevin Rostance.
4.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
4.
Councillor Saddington. Councillor Saddington.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Sissons.
4.
Councillor Smith.
Abstain.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Simbaridis. Councillor Simbaridis.
Just to say, Anthony is still on the call. I've been advising him to unmute his microphone, so
I'm going to finish
we'll just
this.
give him another call.
I'll finish the call, Keith, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Trying to unmute
will do.
Harry or find out how he'd like to vote.
Yeah.
Councillor Vickers.
4.
Councillor Walker.
4.
Councillor Wallace.
4.
Councillor Weiss.
Abstain.
Councillor Wetton.
Abstain.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Woodhead.
Abstain.
Councillor Wright.
4.
Sorry, Martin, I didn't hear that. Was that 4?
That was 4, yes.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Zadrozny.
Abstain.
I'm going to come back to see if we've got a vote from Councillor Parry Simbaridis.
Councillor Simbaridis has phoned to say that he abstains.
Thank you, colleagues. There'll be a short pause while we tot up the votes so the chairman can read them out.
Right, colleagues, the count is 4, 37, 37, against 1, 1, and abstain 28. That's 28. Therefore, the motion is passed. I'm now going to move on to item. Sorry, I understand you've got your hand up, Michael, Councillor Payne. Did you want to raise an issue? Councillor Payne? Councillor Payne. Oh, it's put it down. Right. Okay. I thank you. Now moving now on to agenda item number 4, which is apologies for absence. I'll ask if there are any apologies for absence by going round the different groups. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, we have no apologies for absence. Thank you.
Councillor Brooks.
Congratulations on your appointment as chairman, and I do hope you manage to have a good year despite all the problems.
Thank you.
We have no apologies.
Thank you. And Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have no apologies.
Thank you. And I know that there are 2 independents here, so that's removing on that one. Moving then on to item 5, which is declaration of interest. And if any councillor or officer has either a disclosable pecuniary interest or private interest on any matter on this
unknown
agenda,
participant is now exiting.
declare it now. Please raise your hand if you have an interest to declare, or when called to speak, you should state whether it is a disclosable pecuniary interest or private interest and give brief details. Obviously, at any time during any debates that you realise that you do have an interest, it's just simply then make that declaration at the time you realise that you have some form of interest if you've not already declared it. Moving on then, please, to agenda item number 6. And I call upon Councillor Adair, who will introduce the report and move the recommendations in the report. This will contain, or this will go over some of the areas that you've already spoken to before. Can I ask, can I plead, that in this, can we concentrate on the contents and can we concentrate on what the issues are without bringing in personalities, without bringing in...
Welcome to the EE voicemail. I'm sorry, but the person you've called is not available.
Thank you.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Councillor
After
Adair.
you've finished your message, just hang up. Or to hear more options, please press 1.
What the heck is that?
I was on the phone apparently. Anyway, if you did you all get that?
Yes.
If so,
Hang on.
Councillor Adair.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I've already said I hope you have a good year and congratulations on your appointment. Yes, this report, agenda item 6, is a very, very important report to agree the establishment of the Council's committees, including the establishment of a new committee, COVID-19 Resilience, Recovery and Renewal Committee, and review the allocation of seats on committees and make appointments to the positions of Chairman and Vice Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That's okay, because I'm having a bit of a problem with my Wi-Fi. That's the only thing. So anyhow, amongst other changes, members will note that this report establishes a new committee, COVID-19 Resilience, Recovery and Renewal Committee. I cannot underestimate the importance of this new committee, particularly as we move towards the national recovery phase of the coronavirus pandemic. Officers have worked closely with members to make plans for our immediate response to the virus as an authority, but it is now time that members more broadly consider the longer-term impact of these decisions and how we are best to move forward. This was discussed at a recent meeting of Policy Committee, and I'm sure it will be welcomed by all members in the Chamber. The committee will be tasked with considering what lessons we have to learn from the coronavirus pandemic, and it will also consider our own developments as a county council, but also how we interact with other councils and partners across the East Midlands and with government at large. The administration has been clear that the current system of local government has prevented not only Nottinghamshire, but the East Midlands as a whole from having a strong voice that it deserves on the national stage. It is more important than ever that we're able to advocate to our communities that we can return our services to full strength and bring back investment to the county, fulfilling our ambition to make Nottinghamshire a great place to live and work. By evaluating our county responded to the virus and giving thought to how our partners stepped up to these challenging circumstances,
this committee is ideally placed to consider how we can best speak up for our residents, businesses and communities as we move on from this difficult time. Through the establishment of the committee although the establishment of the committee had to be delayed due to the behaviour of a small number of councillors during our meeting 2 weeks ago, I am sure that members involved will make up for this lost time under the chairmanship of Councillor John Knight. It speaks volumes to our council's forward-thinking approach that we're establishing this committee. I am sure that it will put in the hard work required and involve our partners such as the Chamber of Commerce, East Midlands Development Corporation and other commercial organisations.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Nottinghamshire firmly on the road to economic recovery. Chairman, I move the recommendations 1 to 8, which are set out on page 4 and 5 of this report and page 14 of the agenda pack. Therefore, I move the recommendations and the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Adair. Councillor Cutts, I call upon you to second the motion, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I second the motion, reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. I'll then open this up for debate. Again, I have a list of people. I'm going to go through that list and then I'll come and give everybody an opportunity who hasn't spoken to come in. So, Alan, Councillor Rhodes.
Thanks very much, Chairman. Well, the council has to have committees. That is in our constitution. That is the model of governance that we operate under. However, I'm afraid that there are a couple of reasons why the Labour group can't support this report and will be abstaining. First of all, we've already made our position quite clear on the appointment of Councillor Vickers as chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board. That in itself would have been sufficient for us not to support the report. But secondly, whilst I welcome the creation of a COVID-19 Resilience, Recovery and Renewal Committee, and I'm not commenting on the chair, that's your decision and you'll make your own mind up in due course whether or not that was a wise choice. But what I will say, Chair, is that it is, in my opinion, opportunistic and insensitive at a time when councils are working together so effectively in serving our communities during a time of crisis to bolt onto the COVID-19 committee the policy development in respect of renewal and reform of local government services, including the future structure of local government in Nottinghamshire. This I consider to be divisive and rather short-sighted at this moment in time. I know it's the leader's obsession and something that she is absolutely hell-bent on delivering. I know it's in the government's programme. I haven't got an argument against that. We are where we are, so to speak, in terms of that. But to add it to the terms of reference of the COVID-19 committee, a committee that should be spending all its time looking at how we've responded, how well we've responded, where we need to improve our response should there be a second wave of the virus. Hopefully not, but you know, none of us can really be sure of that. We need to be concentrating totally on that and not on this distraction, Chairman, of the future structure of local government. So, you know, it's sad actually that this has been put in because I think you've managed to turn a good news story into a bad news story. I mean, you've got certain talent for that, Kay. But I do hope that we can spend more time on COVID-19 and how we can best serve the communities of Nottinghamshire and less time distracting ourselves on our hopes for the future of local government, because I think our communities are far more important than the governance of this or any other council in Nottinghamshire. Thank you, Chairman. So we won't be supporting the report. My group will be abstaining.
Thank you. Councillor Meal.
Thank you, Chair. And let me add my congratulations to your election as Chair. I hope you have a very good year. I do welcome the Resilience, Recovery and Renewal Committee. It's very timely that this is put into place. However, we've got to recognise that it has a huge amount of work to do, and perhaps meeting only 4 times a year is really not enough to meet the challenge in hand, particularly as Councillor Rhodes says, when you tack on the notion of reform and of the local government. Just to take one of the policy areas, economic development, we just need to think about the number of retail companies that have been taken into liquidation to know that there is a massive task in regenerating our town centres and helping people into new jobs. Also, I suspect that COVID has had a very differential effect on different parts of the county, with people in low income areas like Mansfield, that I represent, suffering more. So the issue is, how do we mitigate the bad impact of the pandemic, particularly in areas like Mansfield, and level up the opportunities around the country? And I do feel that COVID will have thrown up opportunities with new wants and new needs, and the emergence of that army of volunteers that we have so gratefully relied on over the past 3 months. So an issue for this committee is what support can be given to develop new sustainable businesses out of these opportunities. So as I say, I think the remit of this committee needs to be more explicit and that it needs to meet more frequently if it's going to be able to rise to the task at hand. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henry.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair. And I want to take this opportunity as well to congratulate you on your appointment, and I wish you all the very best for the year in the chair.
Thank you.
As the only sort of black elected member of this council, I find our discussions this morning quite interesting, to say the least. I hear this statement this morning from the outgoing chair about the Black Lives Matter demonstration and so forth, and I find that also very interesting, bearing in mind the discussions we've had. And I've also I hear lots and lots of statements from NCC about race and equality, but I see what they do. So I'm hoping that this statement is not just another statement, but it is a statement for action in the future. Okay, Chair. I'd like to comment on the establishment of the COVID-19 committee. And in particular, I want to express my disappointment that the identification of vulnerable groups is not set out as a clear remit for this committee. Part of this committee surely should be about examining our responses and readiness as an authority for future waves of COVID-19 or any other future pandemics. And it is in that regard, I believe it is essential to set out at the very start of those committees, those communities across our county who have already been confirmed as having been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19 and who we do know are going to be more vulnerable to further waves of this pandemic. One such group confirmed by the official Public Health England review who have suffered disproportionate losses is the Black, Asian and minority ethnic group. As both a member of that community and as an elected member, I would like to be able to offer reassurances to them that their elected members across this county are not only aware of this issue, but are showing effective, and I say it again, effective leadership by shining a light on it to ensure that appropriate steps are being taken to protect them as far as possible from future waves of this infection. They give me that assurance that the Black, Asian, and minority community and other groups identified as vulnerable will be given the right and proper consideration to prevent such losses in future pandemic, and that this issue is going to be specifically, and I say that again, specifically including for detailed exploration in this committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. Councillor Wise, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I wish you well for this year in office. I hope it's a positive year for you. Are you able to hear me all right?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. I want to comment on the proposal to establish the COVID committee. And I need to say I have serious concerns about it, both about its purpose and its remit, which does seem to me to be very broad. And I want to speak to it from the point of view of its response to the area of work around adult social care. Clearly, much work needs to be done to review the work that's gone on over the past few months. There has been excellent work by our officers, both in adult social care and in public health and other areas, of course. But it's been against a background of woeful unpreparedness at a national level. And so there is much to review, the positive and the negative. And a great deal of work to be done on kind of resetting and refocusing adult social care. Chair, as I suppose more than as much as any of us in the committee, you understand the complexity of work in adult social care. And if we're going to learn the lessons from the impact of COVID and move forward, the exploration of the issues does need to be granular and specific and will need time and focus. And my view is that this is best done through the adult social care and public health committees. Our senior officers, Melanie Brooks, for example, is working very closely with colleagues in health and across the region. So I think Councillor Adair's expectation that a committee that's not meeting very often can actually take up all that work or even grasp it at all, I think is pretty optimistic. So that close work is already going on. And where there are policy changes arising from adult social care's work, they then can be taken to policy committee. And certainly in terms of Councillor Henry's comments about the need to examine really closely what the impact on vulnerable groups has been of the virus and how we need to pay particular attention to those in adult services does need a strong focus. In fact, I'm surprised, I have to say, that at this decision to establish a new committee when the leaders' policies over 3 years or so has been to combine committees and to focus the work on fewer committees. So in order to avoid repetition and duplication and to avoid officers having additional work to service another committee that would really just be generalising the work of the other specialist committees, I would recommend that we ask that this work on COVID is done through existing committees so that there can be proper scrutiny at a very specific level, and the policy committee can do its work as usual. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wise. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 people who've indicated they are wish to speak? Councillor Dobson.
Chairman, you have to just bear with me. I'm operating out of a different computer to what all of you are doing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Thank you.
I can't see you, but we can hear you.
Well, do you need to see me?
I make no comment.
Thank you, Stuart, as usual. So it's all right, you laughing, Paul.
Sorry.
It's all right. I hope you're feeling better now. Thank you.
Lot better,
Nice
thanks.
to see you.
Thank you.
Right. I too am concerned about agenda item 6, and in passing comment, I want to comment on one or two things on it. First of all, we have a list about committees, which is what we should have been debating last time on item 3. That should have come to this debate. I would like to take great exception to the fact that the leader of this council, whoever she or he is, has the within the constitution of Nottinghamshire County Council, has the wherewithal to appoint unaligned members to a committee. And I am appointed to personnel, which I understand is not even going to meet before September. So I find it very, very somewhat disappointing, considering I represent nearly 10,000 people. I should be allowed. I know John Cotty allows me to speak on communities and place, and I welcome that and I thank him for it. But, you know, at the end of the day, I should be able to have an input. So that's number one I want to talk about. Number two is that I too am very concerned about the previous discussions about Mr. Vickers being chairman of Health and Wellbeing Board. Now, I'm not going to go into it, Chairman, you'll be very happy to know, but what I would say is that it would be most sensible if Mr. Vickers would just step down as the proposed chairman until it's all been sorted out for the benefit of our council and all the people that is possibly offended. We all, Councillor Owen says, we all say things on social media, and like Councillor Owen, I say thank God I don't do social media. But at the end of the day, things have been said, whether they've been past or present or future, people will say the wrong things. So can we have some proper apologies for the people that matter? But I would recommend that Councillor Vickers steps down. Right, now I'd like to talk about the COVID-19 Resilience, Recovery and Renewal Committee. I too, like colleagues that have spoken earlier, I'm not happy with the terms of reference. I think Muriel Wise is absolutely right. There is no reason even to have called this special committee. We have committees that can deal with resilience, recovery and renewal. Each committee has a corner where it can talk about the things that matter. Yes, we've worked very hard as an authority. I've been very impressed with the work of staff and the help that I and the residents that I represent have been given by this authority. But yes, we have got to learn our lessons, and no doubt that's what the officers want to do now. I would have loved to have seen a report from the officers to say how they felt things could have moved any better. And no doubt we shall get one day. But to actually have on COVID-19 Resilience, Recovery and Renewal Committee actually slipped in, Kay, you have not learnt your lesson. And I'm sorry to say this. Yes, Alan Rhodes is absolutely right. You have got a fetish about changing the council's format and getting rid of districts and county. But again, you've not discussed it or involved your colleagues. You might have done off record one-offs with the districts and the boroughs. Now, that particular item D, 1D, should be for a particular committee that's dealing, if we are going to have to deal because your government and my
Councillor
government...
Dobson, your 5 minutes are almost up. Could I
I know,
ask
well,
you
let me
to summarise very quickly?
Thank you, I will, but I would like certainly for the item 1D to be dealt with by a separate body of officers and districts and county and city and borough leaders and chief executive, not in this nonsense. And I don't like lots of things that are down here, but as I haven't got the opportunity to speak any further, I will just vote against this. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There's a couple of things that I wanted to pick up on this point. First is the new COVID-19 committee. I agree with my colleagues that have spoken previously. It shouldn't be done as a separate committee. It should be done through the policy committee. That's what the policy committee was set up for, to deal with the major issues that's affecting this council. Council, of course, has slipped in the reorganisation because it seems to be a little pet project. It's something that she's very keen on and she wants to progress. So that's been pushed on to there because she knows that otherwise there's no point actually having the committee, because once COVID-19 is finished, it's a defunct committee. But by making it the local government reorganisation in there as well, that committee then can continue later on at a pay packet of over £20,000. So I completely disagree with that. But I'll just come on to a few points. I know Councillor Knight and I go back a long way. We've had a few differences in the past, but we get on quite well. So this isn't personal, John. But Councillor Knight, you've been on the backbenches before. So why now do you feel that you're not doing anything for the public service? You know, you've been on elected member for years and years and years. And for a lot of that, you haven't always been in power.
Money.
Councillor, can I ask you to concentrate on the issue?
Yeah.
And the issue is the committee lists, not on a personal position that any other councillor might have.
Yeah, I am getting to that point, Chairman. So what the Conservatives offered you a position, so you took it. All the years I've known you, you've said that you're very anti-Conservatives. So never mind your beliefs as long as you get a paid position. I've spoken about how much the position's paid for, but that's not. You also said that it's not about financial issues, and that financial issues are completely irrelevant. In that case, would you be happy to waive the remuneration for that post, give up that remuneration, don't take it if it isn't about financial issues, then you won't need that money. And just on a last point, it isn't about this particular post, it's about what we were discussing under the last agenda item. I just want to say, in the light of understanding of the administration of the issues of racism and Councillor Vickers being awarded for his loyalty with the chairmanship of such an important role, I am now formally announcing the withdrawal of the health member from Ashfield District Council. While ever Councillor Vickers is chairman of that committee, we will not be taking part in that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, please.
Same thing.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I already congratulated you on your position, but I'll say it again. I hope you have a better year than we've had lately. So most of my speech is about the COVID-19 committee. So firstly, I would like to pay a real tribute to the hard work of all the council staff, not just at the county council, but across the districts and boroughs as well, during this COVID-19 pandemic. They've all had to adapt, improvise and overcome the many challenging aspects that this bizarre episode has presented us all with, and yet they have met those challenges head on and succeeded. At Ashfield, we've maintained all of our tier 1, 2 and 3 services. And in addition to that, we've also dealt with the humanitarian aid, all the food parcels and supporting some 2,600 residents self-isolating. And furthermore, we've given out in grants 90% of the £22 million to support businesses. And we are now working through another 1.1 million in discretionary aid. Throughout this period, 40% of our staff have remained in the workplace at Ashfield. the only council in the county to main all of the waste collection services. We've even collected sideways through our baggage scheme because the county council kept the waste recycling centres closed. We were one of the first councils in the country to hold our AGM online and have still progressed with all of our plans to build a new leisure centre in Kirkby and also successfully hold a consultation exercise on our town centre funding bids. Our planning department has never stopped. You truly underestimate their worth. We wholeheartedly believe in and support our dedicated staff at Ashfield District Council, and yet here we are today amidst the empire builders on the road to Damascus, sowing the seeds to destabilise not only their lives but the lives of all the 11,000 employees across the 7 districts and boroughs through this council, through this tool, because there are 3 R's: reduce, refine and replace. Moving us all into a unitary authority will affect each and every one of them, and our 1 million residents too. Let's make no bones about it, this new COVID and Resilience Committee is nothing but a sham to bring in a unitary authority by the back door. To make matters worse, you've shamelessly given the job to Ashfield's modern day equivalent version of Judas Iscariot for a damn sight more than 30 pieces of silver. £5,750 per meeting. How can that be right? I can tell you now there'll be no mercy shown by the residents of Kirkby North and Coxmoor, who have been helped immensely by their district council and shamelessly let down by their county councillor. The real irony here is that 2 years ago, Councillor Knight made one of the best speeches I've so far heard advocating the support of the 2-tier system, claiming that our new super council will be unworkable and bigger than the Scottish Parliament. So I'll rest my case on your vanity project, because we already have the committees that could do this work, like the Policy Committee, Adult Health and Social Care and the Health Scrutiny Committee. Thank you.
I'll move on now, please, to Councillor Bosniak.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and congratulations, Stuart, and good luck for the year ahead.
Thank you.
There's just 2 issues that I want to discuss. I suppose the first one, as the senior member and long-term member of the Health and Wellbeing Board, I just want to put on record that I do not endorse whatsoever the comments made by the chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board. And I'll be making sure that my colleagues on the Health and Wellbeing Board know that, and that certainly I will be voting against that. And I want them to know that I do not endorse the comments that he made. The other thing, of course, again, is going on to the COVID, so-called COVID group. And I don't mind there being this kind of focus on how we've managed COVID-19. I want to see a full and robust analysis of exactly what we've done, what we could have done better, and what we should be doing in the future, because this won't be the end of COVID-19. I'm sure there will be other pandemics in the future as well. So we need to challenge not only our way of work, but also how we work with our partners. I am not happy with linking this with the notion of looking at local government reorganisation. I think that's duplicit and unwarranted. And in fact, if anything, I think the COVID pandemic has demonstrated to us how strong an organisation we have when we work with our partners. So to try and get rid of them now, in fact, it was almost implied that local government reorganisation would have been a better job. We could have handled the COVID-19 crisis better rather than working along with our partners. So I think that's an insult to them. I do also want to look at the impact this virus has had on those individual environments, groups as well, and we need to learn from this exercise. But unfortunately, I think because we've lumped them both together, this really does smack of creating a committee in order to pay someone chairmanship. It sounds again like we've done previously, rewarding for services rendered in the same way as we did with unfortunately, the vice chairman of this authority. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, I have 3 left, sorry. Councillor Henshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, I can hear you and I can actually see you.
Oh, great. Thanks. Congratulations, Stuart, on your elevation to chair of the council. Hope you have a good year. It can't be easy to chair 66 volatile people, but all the best anyway. Firstly, before I start, in relation to the points I want to raise on the COVID-19 committee, I'd just like to pass a comment that I hope that the council doesn't move too quickly to have face-to-face meetings. And I know there are quite a number of teething problems in relation to doing meetings online and virtually, but as somebody who has had the virus and been quite ill, I'd just urge caution on moving back to face-to-face meetings, because the virus is no respecter of people, and it can sneak up on you without you knowing. So that's all I'd like to say about that. In relation to the COVID-19 committee, I too would like to express my view that I do not think that this committee is actually needed. I think we could quite easily cover the work programme as outlined in Appendix C through other committees of the council without forming a new committee. And as has been pointed out, there is, I hope that it would meet more than the 4 times a year, because if the chair of the new chair of the committee so sees fit, I think it could make the workload spread over more meetings. In relation to meeting times and looking at the urgency of setting meetings up, when I in another place, when I chaired a scrutiny committee, which was technically only set up to look at budgets and things, during the pre-budget season, we met at least twice a week just to make sure that we got over the workload. So I think with this committee, I think 4 times a year is not enough, and the chair needs to encourage more meetings, not only to address some of the problems that has been outlined by Councillor Meal, so that we can look at the effect the virus has had on some of the more vulnerable community and people in Nottinghamshire, but also Councillor Henry's point on the adverse effect the virus has had on the BAME, Black and Ethnic Minority community, because there is certainly a need for work to look at that, and I would hope that the chair of the new committee would actually adopt Councillor Henry's point in relation to concentrating and looking at that as a matter of urgency, because it's something that's very important and it's something that needs to be tackled. In saying that, Chair, I think I'll wind up. I don't want to keep everybody too long, but congratulations again, and hope you have a good year. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call Councillor Cutts, please?
I've reserved the right to speak, Chairman. Do you have any more speakers?
I have, yes.
Well, can I speak at the end, please?
Okay. I'll move then, please, to Councillor Owen. Oh, sorry, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just say, go to the Appendix C of the report, which is the terms of reference for the new committee, and particularly item 1D. Now, Joyce mentioned this, and I'll just read it out to you. Bearing in mind all the hard work that officers at this council have been doing over the last few weeks, and all of the hard work that officers in the local, in the boroughs and districts have been doing over the last few weeks, read this. Policy development in respect of the renewal and reform of local government services. Quite frankly, I showed this to some officers at Broxtowe Borough Council who were deeply offended by that. They have been working their socks off over the last few weeks, and they have done a fantastic job. Broxtowe Council has delivered 96% of its business grants out to those eligible. Without districts and boroughs, this whole thing would not have happened as seamlessly as it has done. And bringing in the spectre of a unitary authority in again is a complete waste of time. Complete waste of time. Councillor Rose said it's on the government's agenda. Well, it might have been, but it's not anymore. I went on a conference call with Simon Clarke, who's the local government minister, who said that the government were particularly pleased and surprised at how districts and boroughs had risen to the challenge presented by COVID-19. And indeed, there will be a white paper later in the year, which will look to devolve more powers to districts and boroughs. So they're not going to create a unitary authority, Nottinghamshire. I'm even told that Robert Jenrick doesn't like large unitary authorities, so he's hardly likely to give permission for one to happen here. It will just take our eye off the ball at a time when we should all be working together. And just moving on to actually the committees themselves, I really do think that if the proposed chairman of the Health and Wellbeing Board goes ahead, that actually the reputation of this council will be in tatters. Not only with the BAME community, but also with progressive thinking people out there, or even non-progressive, decent people out there. And quite honestly, we've packed in the recommendations 8 things to vote yes or no on. I would formally ask, if somebody will second it, that we actually have a separate vote on item 4, which is that the council make the appointments of chairman and vice chairman set out in paragraph 10. I call for a separate vote on that, and I would urge my colleagues in the Labour and Ashfield Independent groups to vote alongside me against item 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I then move on to Councillor Owen, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And it was remiss of me last time not to congratulate you on your appointment, but you rather took me by surprise because I hadn't even raised my hand. And I always try to remind incoming chairman that one of their duties is to protect me when I'm speaking from people interrupting me. So I'm sure you'll rise to the challenge. I can't really understand the position, particularly of the Labour group. Councillor Rhodes, the leader of the Labour group, the leader of the opposition, welcomed the introduction of the COVID-19 committee. And indeed, Councillor Meal welcomed it even more fulsomely and said, it's so good, it ought to meet more often. But we're not going to support it. We're not going to vote in favour of it. We're going to abstain. Well, the logic behind that really rather escapes me. It's important that we have this committee in order to focus on the impact and the way forward for the county as a result of COVID-19. And Councillor Henry talked about it not focusing enough on vulnerable groups. Well, I'm sure it will focus on vulnerable groups. I certainly hope it does, because my household is regarded as being vulnerable. So it needs to focus on all vulnerable groups and all vulnerable people. And Councillor Wise said it's got a broad remit, and so with a broad remit, it's going to be able to focus on what it wants to focus on because of that broad remit. So it seems to me that the way it is being set up is absolutely ideal for delivering what we wanted to deliver. Now, most of the speakers who have opposed the introduction or have commented on the introduction of this committee have said that it's wrong to link it in with the possibility of local government reorganisation. Well, of course it's not wrong to do that. We need to look at the way the response has been delivered across the piece.
We need to assess whether or not there has been duplication or holes left in the system. We need to ensure that responses are coordinated properly. We need to ensure that there's no duplication. It has been the county council that has led on coordination. And I speak from my own department, where we have been required to coordinate and lead the response across children's services. And that includes responsibility for academies as well. Clearly, there has had to be a wide degree of cooperation with academies, but nevertheless, that cooperation has been forthcoming, and the county council have led the coordination. So it's right and proper to see if we cannot improve the efficiency and delivery of services through a single unitary authority and beyond. There's nothing wrong in looking at that. Nothing wrong at all. And I would have thought that people would have welcomed the opportunity to do that. And it's important that we have it as a separate committee, because if you dilute the views of what has happened amongst the various committees of the council as they exist at the moment, then you're not going to produce, I don't think, a coordinated and holistic response. So it is far better to have this COVID-19 committee with its broad remit that can then report its findings and recommendations to the policy committee of the council. And if it needs to meet more frequently, then I'm sure it's in the chairman's gift to call further meetings of the committee to carry out further discussions. So I really can't understand why you are objecting, what you're afraid of. You're welcoming it on the one hand and then saying, well, we're not going to support it. And I think as a result of that, one has to doubt your motives to some extent. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. You're just on 5 minutes. You were just going to get guillotined. Councillor Jackson, Richard Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and my congratulations to you on your richly deserved promotion to the chair of the council. I'm sure you do a great job for us over the coming year.
Thank you.
I've long looked across the chamber and thought that John Knight was clearly the cleverest member of the Labour Party, and I think they're already showing that they're missing his brain power because they seem completely confused today. We've got some of their members, as Councillor Owen said, who say that this committee is entirely necessary, but they're going to vote against it, or at least not support it. We've got others who said it's not necessary, and in the very next sentence said that it needs to meet more than 4 times a year. So I don't know how many times a year you want unnecessary committees to meet. It's completely necessary for all the reasons that people have mentioned already. And I'm not going to rehash those good reasons. There's been an awful lot of good work carried out right across the public sector since this crisis began, and no doubt that will carry on. But we do need to look at how we do things and need to make sure that we are structured in the best way possible to deliver services in the most cost-effective way that we can to the people who actually depend on them. Now, and I hear what Councillor Carr said about a local government minister talking about the value of districts. I have to say, as someone who supports Conservative governments, when I was a district council leader, I happened to attend 2 meetings in the space of 2 weeks. One was the County Council Network, one was the District Council Networks, and I did hear different messages coming from ministers of that then government, and certainly when talking to CCN members, ministers were quite clear that they saw a future for unitary councils. I think government is looking at this. I'm sure it's on the agenda. And so what do we do? If government are looking at changing the local government structure, do we just say we don't want that, fold our arms and have nothing to do with it? Or do we roll our sleeves up and work together to try and work out what the best structure is that suits Nottinghamshire? And clearly we need to do the latter. And you know, I'm not going to just walk away and say no, never, and get this done to us. Governments of all political persuasions have a poor record when it comes to doing things to local areas. And I fear a restructure that we have no say over. And so we need to work together put a case together for the best structure that suits Nottinghamshire and the people that we represent, and not wait for something to be done to us. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We have 5 more speakers due to come on. Councillor Foley.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can indeed.
And congratulations, Councillor Wise. I hope you have a very good year.
Thank you, Kate.
I mean, I think there's a fair bit of disingenuous arguments going on here now. I mean, for Councillor Owen to say that the COVID committee needs to look at the duplication of services, that's not what it says in the remit. In the remit, and I quote, it says, including the future structure of local government in Nottinghamshire. That's not the same thing. And for me, to bolt on local government reform onto a committee with oversight of the authority's COVID response, it's not strategic, it's opportunistic, and I think it's wrong. And of course, everybody wants us to look at the COVID response. Nobody's arguing against that. It's whether or not the remit of the committee is right and whether or not we need a separate committee for it. I think those are the key issues. I mean, I just wanted to comment as well about governance. If you just look at, for example, about under 2, that more than one committee, we want to avoid the reporting being discussed at several committees. And then if that doesn't work, if you look under 4, we're talking about a cross-committee project steering group. That is really woolly governance, and it's not good practice as far as in my way of thinking. And it also has the potential to be criticised for really clear and transparent decision making. And I've already raised this in the Improvement and Change Committee. You've got a number of committees now potentially that could be taking on lumps of this work. And it's not clear, and this committee I don't think is going to help that. So I hope, by way of making this better, when the reports come to the COVID committee, it's made absolutely clear where further decisions are going to be made. Because in the past, that's not really happened. And there's a serious risk then of things falling beneath the cracks. So, we miss things. And also for a lack of transparency and clearness in decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now ask Councillor Martin? I've had a note passed to me, Councillor Martin, that said you instant messages you would like to second a motion from Councillor Carr. Have I got you there? I don't see on my screen.
Yes, Chair. Thank you for bringing me back in. Yeah, I'd like to second the motion set by Councillor Steve Carr to extract item number 4 from the appendix.
Right, thank you.
Take a separate vote on it. Thank you.
I'm just going to get the Chief Executive to explain what needs, because obviously it has to be in writing. It obviously needs to have to be signed, and therefore it needs to be faxed to us, but I'll let him take you through.
Thank you, Chairman. So if Councillor Carr wants to move an amendment to the recommendations on this item, then he must submit it in writing. It must be seconded. So if that's your intention, Councillor Carr, and your intention to second that, Councillor Martin, can I ask Councillor Carr to indicate as such, and for Councillor Carr to second the amendment that Councillor Carr will describe to Council, and then could I ask Councillor Carr to write it down, email it to the monitoring officer and the Council questions email box, at which point the Chairman will take an adjournment so that we can receive, validate the amendment and then come back. Councillor Carr.
Yes, Anthony, yes, I'd like to pass an amendment that we have a separate vote on item 4 of the recommendation.
Councillor Martin.
I second that vote, Chair.
Okay, back to you, Chairman, to ask Councillor Carr to submit that in writing, please, and call an adjournment.
So you've got your computer and you're linking it through to us. Are you able to email us?
I can, yes.
Yep, right. If you will email it then. Councillor Martin, is your computer running as well?
Yeah.
So not only would you email us, please, Councillor Carr, would you email a copy of what you're putting forward to Councillor Martin. And Councillor Martin, once you've got it, can you also email us that you second it? Clumsy, I know. Councillor Rhodes?
Somebody tell me what the email address is.
Sorry, let me just go.
Sorry, did you ask me to speak?
Well, your hand was just coming up there.
Yes, that's right. Sorry, there seems to be some interference and I couldn't hear very well. Yeah, so just for clarity and to ensure that all members understand what the amendment is, will the amendment, once it's been sent to the Chief Executive, be read out by yourself?
Yes, we will make that once we've got the motion in and the Chief Officer agrees that it is a legal motion, then we will recycle it to everybody so everybody can look at it, and then we'll have the debate on it.
Yeah,
okay,
that's fine. I don't know, Chairman, whether it's your headphones that's creating the feedback and the white noise that's coming through. I don't know whether anybody else can hear it, but it seems to happen when you speak.
Oh, right.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, could I ask somebody to tell me what the email address is that I'm sending it to?
We're going to give you that in a moment.
Okay.
So send it to me, Councillor Carr. So it's Marjorie, Marjorie .Toward@notcc.gov.uk.
Thank you, Marge.
Okay.
And do you have Councillor Martin's email address?
Obviously.
No, I don't mean you. I'm sorry. I meant Councillor Carr. Have you got?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. If people will bear with us for a moment. We're going to formally adjourn the meeting for at least 10 minutes. So it's now time to go on coffee.
I'm Gemma and this is my husband Paul, and we're both foster carers. I think initially we were a little bit anxious ourselves about going to panel. It sounded quite scary, but it wasn't at all. It was just a really friendly chit chat with a group of people around a table. It was more of a celebration really of us being there and of us, wanting to become foster carers. The County Council offer a fair rate of pay, so we get paid dependent on our level of experience. So after you've done it for a while, then your level of pay will go up based on your experience and level of training that you've done. We've also got a network hub, which is a foster carer support group, and it's just an informal get-together. We feel so valued as a foster carer for Nottinghamshire County Council. Everyone's so caring and wants what's best for you as a family. The matching process is really careful, so they listen to our needs and, they would never think of placing a child that wouldn't fit in our environment. As a foster family, we try and just make it everyday, normal life, try and bring some stability and love to that child that's staying with us and give them experiences that perhaps they've not experienced before. We love going out on day trips together. And for example, today we've come pony trekking. Nottinghamshire's a great place to foster because we've got so much on our doorstep. There's so much that we can do. I feel really lucky that we're able to foster here.
is no doubt that without the support from Shared Lives carers, Joe's family would probably have ended up in crisis. But with the support of Julie and Yvette, the family do not have to cope alone, and they now enjoy quality time with Joe on a regular basis.
Helen and Mike's care has been fundamental to Daniel's development, safety and happiness, and my peace of mind. They have been sensitive to Daniel's challenges and needs, as well as myself and my family. I am now widowed, and their support is utterly essential to me and my other son in making sure Daniel's needs are met. I'm continually in awe and appreciation of the work they do for my son.
Chantal loves visiting Hayley. She says it's fun and exciting. She gets to spend time with someone her own age. Hayley's such a lovely friend to Chantal. The family now have time to go out for meals, walk the dog and just chill.
Family members closest to Sarah have been able to gain great comfort and relief from the fact that Sarah has found a new family where she is happy and enjoying life to the full. The support that Sarah has received from Kelly and Ross have given her own family the time and space for them to better cope and manage through the difficult times.
Gemma's support means everything to Sophie and I. Sophie loves staying at Gemma's and does a lot of different things when she's there, and she's very helpful too. For me, I have more me time, and we would definitely be lost without the support we get from Gemma.
I'm Gemma and I'm a Shared Lives carer. Started off being a foster carer for Sophie and then she turned 18. So I became approved as a Shared Lives carer so that I could continue caring for her. We take Shared Lives as a whole family commitment, and my husband Paul and my children Millie and Toby all see Sophie as part of the family. Sometimes we don't do anything special, we just do everyday normal family things. Millie had weekly horse riding lessons and Sophie used to come along and watch a ride, and she wanted to have a go as well. So I spoke to my Shared Lives coordinator Jackie, and Jackie gave us the go-ahead to try horse riding. Sophie absolutely loved it. It's really therapeutic, the bonding sessions with the horses. I was a little bit apprehensive about becoming a Shared Lives carer because I hadn't worked with vulnerable adults before, but the support and guidance I had step by step throughout was brilliant. If there was ever a crisis, I'm not alone. I've got support at the end of a phone 24/7. There's an out of hours number that we can call, and there's always a duty worker that's able to help and offer advice and support as to what to do. I feel really valued as a Shared Lives carer by Nottinghamshire County Council. The pay is really rewarding, the matching process is really careful, and my opinion matters. I feel that my coordinator really cares about me and the family. I'm so passionate about Shared Lives and passionate about making a difference. It's so rewarding to be able to see Sophie enjoy her life and to be given all the opportunities that we as a family give her. To see her smile and achieve is priceless.
My name's Kelly Crowther, I'm a Shared Lives carer. Myself and my husband Ross have been Shared Lives carers for almost a year. Sarah's been with us for nearly 2 years. For the first year we fostered her. Unfortunately her mum was diagnosed with cancer, so she initially came to us on a 6-week basis while her mum could attend hospital appointments. About 5 weeks in, we found out that her mum was terminal and Sarah needed somewhere to stay forever, to have a forever home. At that point we had built such a great bond in such a short space of time with Sarah that I couldn't imagine her going to anyone else. Sarah had been brought up in a family environment and a loving home, and that's what we wanted to continue to give her.
We can have Sarah living with us in our house. She gets a more fulfilled life. She gets to do all the things perhaps she wouldn't be able to do if she lived in a residential setting.
When we first decided to take Sarah on through the shared lives scheme, we discussed everything with our family because we needed them to be aware that Sarah staying with us forever meant that not only were we taking Sarah on, that the family was taking her on as well. I think that they have a better understanding of people with disabilities, something which many children don't come into contact with. I think they are more accepting, and I think not only do they learn from Sarah, but Sarah also learns a lot from them. We're lucky enough through Shared Lives that we are offered plenty of support. Also, my friend Helen was cleared through Shared Lives to be our support for when we want to go away and take our children on some things that Sarah doesn't like.
If you've got a good support network around you and you've got the ability to commit to certain hours at work, shift patterns, you can balance life and work in equal measure. So you can work a full-time job and still be a Shared Lives carer.
The best thing about being a Shared Lives carer is that you're able to make a good friend of someone. Jo means a lot to me. I mean, it's something that I've always wanted to do in my life, and it's ticked all the boxes for me. It does sometimes get tiring. Long-term carers do get 4 weeks off, but you can plump to have 6 weeks as I do because I'm older.
Julie does full-time care, which I admire her greatly for, but of course she needs the break, and we're privileged to be able to step in and give that respite care. And it's just worked so beautifully because Jo's such a treasure. She just became part of our family. I was a nurse, but I had to finish my career because I became disabled, and I was absolutely devastated, and I never thought I'd feel the fulfilment as I did when I was nursing. But since I've been a Shared Lives carer, it really blows it out of the water because it's such a privilege to share your lives with these incredible people. It's quite a responsibility, but you are supported throughout it, and there's also ongoing training. Julie's coordinator in the Shared Lives scheme is Deb Chalmers, and she's very supportive to us all. She's the person that juggles all the balls to make sure that everything fits in, and any problems at all, I know that I've just got to give her a quick ring and she'll soon help. She's really kind and helpful, as are of course everyone that's involved. We've got so much to offer people in Nottinghamshire, and also it's not terribly costly because of course that's got to be a consideration when you've got someone else in your life and doing things with you, but because they're often registered disabled you can get a discount on lots of activities.
We came up to Retford Leisure Centre and we found that they have swim lessons for adults, and they're very good at including people, and she's just mastered it, and now she's got so much confidence.
I've worked in care for about 8 years, supporting people with learning disabilities, but Shared Lives is totally different to supporting them in their home. I think there's a lot of sort of stereotyping around respite care because a lot of people think, that you have to be retired, that it's something that you do when you've done your regular job and you've just got a bit of time and you want to help out. I work in care full time anyway. You can be any age and also any sort of ability, the training's there, so you could come into it and have had no care experience because it's just about connecting with people. Chantal's really into dance, she's into drama, she loves the soaps, she loves all that sort of dramatic stuff. And we just click really. She's so outgoing, got such a big personality which I really like, so she makes me laugh. I think it works because we're both similar age, so it doesn't feel as much like I'm her carer. She feels really comfortable going out with me and being seen with me because she could just be out with a friend. She has respite at my house, so this means that she doesn't have to go into a residential unit, but it's a completely different feeling when you have people at your house because they're involved in your life. It's just a lot more personal. Chantal's human just like the rest of us, so she has her bad days and you just sort of support her with that, but it's not always going to be, sunshine and rainbows all the time, but the rewards definitely outweigh the negatives that you get from it. I feel very valued by Notts County Council. I know that shared lives carers are very important to them, and it's made me more confident, I think. It's definitely made me more confident as a person and as a carer.
I'm Helen. I'm a shared lives carer for Notts County Council, and to me it's one of the best jobs in the world. I wouldn't do anything else. When we were foster carers, we looked after a little boy with Down syndrome, Sam, and that just opened our hearts up to being with people with additional needs and being part of their lives. I feel very emotional when I think of Dan's progress. When he first came to us, there was so much he couldn't do or wouldn't do, didn't want to do, was frightened of. To see him blossom. And it's not about the praise and it's not about the thank yous. It's about just allowing somebody to feel good about themselves. Initially, we started taking Dan up to Brookfields Garden Centre to socialise, to help him with being in public. We found the staff there absolutely amazing, very inclusive, non-judgmental, and now they are real friends. So it's a real social outing for them. Shared lives is such a rewarding thing. We have so many laughs, we have so many experiences. When we decided to do this, we talked to the entire family about this, because it isn't just Mike and I in the house. Our daughter Laura lives with us. It's a big family. That's the way it has to work. Everyone has to be on board because everyone has a little part to play. People ask us why we do this, and I can't tell people why we do this other than we can do it. We want to do it. And I think anybody can do it.
If you're thinking about it, then there must be a part of you that is interested. So I think if that's the case, then go for it and try it. You never know unless you try it. It enriches your life as well as somebody else's. You've got this other person that will just bring so much to your life, as well as you bringing your skills to them and helping them grow as a person.
I'm shouting shared lives from the rooftops wherever we can go, because it's a service that's not known enough about, and it's a service that is needed, and a service that needs more carers to help provide the care for the people that need to be in a family environment. Ask to speak to us as carers, because not everything is smooth sailing, but know that you've got so many people here to support you and to help you through the process.
People think you've got to be this superhuman person. Absolutely not. I'm Mrs. Average. If you've got love in your heart to share your home with someone, a good sense of humour, that's all you need really, and you're totally supported by the Shared Lives staff.
I have to pinch myself sometimes that it is a job, because although it is a commitment, we have so much fun in the time that we spend together. It's so rewarding to see Sophie living independently with us supporting her, and she'll sit and say to us, "Jem, I'm happy," and that just means everything.
I like my job, and I've been a mental health nurse for it's more than 40 years, so I'm not going to give my age away. September last year, I was walking my dog and she happened to pick a fight with another dog. During that fight, I intervened and I was bitten by either of the dogs, I don't know which. As a consequence of that, I contracted sepsis with quite a virulent bacteria. Essentially went into shock, lots of organ failure, and the result of all that is what they call a quad amputation. All of my life I've been very independent. I never felt as if I'd lose it. I always just thought, and I still do, it's something you're constantly working towards. My wife's the gardener, not me. I used to do the heavy jobs. Yeah, the carer thing is quite important. I think the big thing for Anne has always been, if I know the help's there and how to access it, then that makes me feel better already. When I was considered to be medically fit, before I was actually discharged, this rather nice man called Nadeem turned up, and he explained that he was the hospital social worker. He explained the concept of social care. As soon as we started the assessment, it was obvious that we were also going in a direction.
What makes me proud about working within the hospital setting is having the opportunity to work with hospital OTs, physiotherapists, doctors, working with the individual to meet that individual's need collectively. Crucially, the individual is the heart of the work that we do.
The right services were put in place in a very caring way. Nadeem was the hub. Essentially, it did feel like a joined-up approach.
I think Julian naturally is a confident man, and I think it was about trying to ensure that we harness that positivity that Julian has. The strategy offers us opportunity to work with individuals around their needs and promote their confidence and independence, and allows them structure and control to think about the services that they want and how they want to live independently within the community.
All the services that I need have been provided and I feel well cared for. The difference that adult social care has made is the difference between being in an institution and being miserable and being at home and being happy.
My life was a bit of a struggle. I've always wanted to do things like be out and about, meeting new people. Basically, my head was all over the place.
I started working with Shane in May 2017. His social worker in the transitions team referred him to the Knots Enabling Service. I know that Knots Enabling Service have changed Shane's pathway for the better. His social worker told me that he was planning to commission 2 days of day services for Shane. And now what we have is someone who's happy with their life, working hard, getting paid, and for those other 5 days a week not being bored, sat at home.
Ever since me and Aidan have been talking, ever since I've called him my brother, he's shown me some good skills, he's a nice lad. I can't have no one better than him, because he's quality.
I quickly found out that Shane was very good with people and his social skills were great. He always makes me laugh. He wanted to do some gardening and also he wanted to help people, which is why he did some volunteering at the community gardens. I increased a person's confidence by focusing on what strengths they do have, because I believe if you focus on things that interest someone, you're likely to get the best out of them.
I have the confidence to actually do something now in my life.
I'm proud that I've enabled someone to be able to do those things that they wouldn't necessarily be able to do before or believe that they could do. And I think that sums up what the Knots Enabling Service is about. We've changed someone's life for the better and actually made him more independent.
My passion is basically birds of prey. The best of all are my peregrines. everything you've got is all based on a bond. If you haven't got that bond, you haven't got anything worth having. When I got told that I'd got dementia, I was told that it would gradually get worse, so it meant I had to get rid of my car. I got rid of quite a few of my Falcons and what have you. Hardly anybody ever rings me up about Falcons at all, see. You can't expect it to go on forever, but anyway, it's finished with now. Mary and myself do everything that we can. We help one another. So we've said at times we'll have to have some help.
As an occupational therapist, I try to promote a person's independence. I always start off with a person-centred approach because we just want the best for the person. So I think that's quite a good thing as a therapist to work in a team that do actually promote that. When George initially came home from hospital, he did state that outdoor mobility was one of his goals.
I'd been in the house for a long time and I was quite pleased to be able to get out and have a walk. I said, I haven't been out for weeks.
From the very young age, when I was a child, I used to idealize my father. He was very fit and athletic, and he was a police officer, so he used to do exercise every day. I used to think, oh, one day I'm going to be like him. So keeping myself healthy and fit, that meant a lot for me. I contacted Nottinghamshire County Council Adult Access Service because it was recommended by my friend.
People normally get in contact by phoning the customer service centre. Information's gathered, then it's passed through to the Adult Access Service, who will then call back, have a conversation and establish the best way to assess somebody. Seema was invited to our clinic. She was very nervous, didn't know anything about equipment, and unfortunately she'd lost confidence trying to access her bathing facility. She stopped taking care of herself because
I like my job, and I've been a mental health nurse for it's more than 40 years, so I'm not going to give my age away. September last year, I was walking my dog and she happened to pick a fight with another dog. During that fight, I intervened and I was bitten by either of the dogs, I don't know which. As a consequence of that, I contracted sepsis with quite a virulent bacteria. Essentially went into shock, lots of organ failure, and the result of all that is what they call a quad amputation. All of my life I've been very independent. I never felt as if I'd lose it. I always just thought, and I still do, it's something you're constantly working towards. My wife's the gardener, not me. I used to do the heavy jobs. Yeah, the carer thing is quite important. I think the big thing for Anne has always been, if I know the help's there and how to access it, then that makes me feel better already. When I was considered to be medically fit, before I was actually discharged, this rather nice man called Nadeem turned up, and he explained that he was the hospital social worker. He explained the concept of social care. As soon as we started the assessment, it was obvious that we were also going in a direction.
What makes me proud about working within the hospital setting is having the opportunity to work with hospital OTs, physiotherapists, doctors, working with the individual to meet that individual's need collectively. Crucially, the individual is the heart of the work that we do.
The right services were put in place in a very caring way. Nadeem was the hub. Essentially, it did feel like a joined-up approach.
I think Julian naturally is a confident man, and I think it was about trying to ensure that we harness that positivity that Julian has. The strategy offers us opportunity to work with individuals around their needs and promote their confidence and independence, and allows them structure and control to think about the services that they want and how they want to live independently within the community.
All the services that I need have been provided and I feel well cared for. The difference that adult social care has made is the difference between being in an institution and being miserable and being at home and being happy.
My life was a bit of a struggle. I've always wanted to do things like be out and about, meeting new people. Basically, my head was all over the place.
I started working with Shane in May 2017. His social worker in the transitions team referred him to the Notts Enabling Service. I know that Notts Enabling Service have changed Shane's pathway for the better. His social worker told me that he was planning to commission 2 days of day services for Shane. And now what we have is someone who's happy with their life, working hard, getting paid, and for those other 5 days a week not being bored, sat at home.
Ever since me and Aidan have been talking, ever since I've called him my brother, he's shown me some good skills, he's a nice lad. I can't have no one better than him, because he's quality.
I quickly found out that Shane was very good with people and his social skills were great. He always makes me laugh. He wanted to do some gardening and also he wanted to help people, which is why he did some volunteering at the community gardens. I increased a person's confidence by focusing on what strengths they do have, because I believe if you focus on things that interest someone, you're likely to get the best out of them.
I have the confidence to actually do something now in my life.
I'm proud that I've enabled someone to be able to do those things that they wouldn't necessarily be able to do before or believe that they could do. And I think that sums up what the Notts Enabling Service is about. We've changed someone's life for the better and actually made him more independent.
My passion is basically birds of prey. The best of all are my peregrines. Everything you've got is all based on a bond. If you haven't got that bond, you haven't got anything worth having. When I got told that I'd got dementia, I was told that it would gradually get worse, so it meant I had to get rid of my car. I got rid of quite a few of my Falcons and what have you. Hardly anybody ever rings me up about Falcons at all, see. You can't expect it to go on forever, but anyway, it's finished with now. Mary and myself do everything that we can. We help one another. So we've said at times we'll have to have some help.
As an occupational therapist,
Live streaming again, please. And that gives the people 10 seconds or whatever it is to connect up whatever you need to connect. Can you hear me better, Alan?
I can hear you fine, yes.
Right, they've taken the old one off and given me a new one.
Sorry, yes, you're loud and clear, Chairman.
Thank you, thank you. Right, we'll start off then, please. We're at the bit way. We're now looking at the proposed amendment coming in from Councillor Carr. What we're going to do is we're going to put the actual amendment on your all screens, and then you can see it. You can read through it, and then Marjorie will then talk through the views in respect of it. So, Sarah, I'm over to you. Oh, sorry, Marjorie, I'm over to you. Hang on, Marge, we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, okay. So the proposed amendment from Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Martin, is now on the screen. I suppose there's a couple of points to make. So the motion that has been moved and seconded and is before the council, so the substantive motion we're considering currently, as set out in pages 4 and 5 of report number 6, consists of points 1 to 8. What you can do in amending, what the Constitution says you can do in amending a motion, is you can take words out, you can add words, or you can do both. But this proposed amendment does neither of those things. So it would be an invalid amendment. The options open to members who disagree with the current motion are to move an amendment that adds words or takes words out that's ruled valid, so some alternative wording, vote against the motion as it currently stands, or abstain from the motion as it currently stands. So it's an invalid amendment. So those are the options open to members, and I have conveyed that to Councillor Carr separately, as well as obviously in the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so can you just do the three alternatives? The first alternative is to reword, the second alternative is to vote against, and the third, as I understand it, is to abstain. So
yes,
can you just confirm that?
Yes, that's correct. If someone doesn't agree, obviously if somebody does agree, they can vote for the motion.
Okay, so people can think that one through. And unless someone comes back to us with an amended amendment, for want of a better word, or rewrite, we'll give you a few minutes to talk it through. And at that stage, we'll then proceed. If nobody brings forward an alternative, we will continue looking at item number 6 in its entirety. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. Just give it a moment for anybody who wants to clarify, ask, or anything else before I move it on.
I've got my hand up, Chairman. I accept the decision of the monitoring officer and the chief executive.
Yep.
However, I would say that if Steve Vickers becomes the chairman of the Health and Wellbeing Board, then Broxtowe Borough Council will be reviewing its participation in the Health and Wellbeing Board.
Okay, thank you. That's noted. Right, we're moving forward then, please. The speakers that are left are Andy Sissons next, please. Councillor Sissons.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of points. Firstly, paragraph 6 in this report does say that the committee will meet at least 4 times a year, not just 4 times a year, but more times if necessary. And of course, it's not just a matter of how many times a year a committee meets, it's the work that goes on in between those meetings, which is more important. And of course, the meeting itself is just for presenting reports and deciding on the next steps moving forward. So I don't see any problem with the at least 4 times a year. That's been mentioned several times. The second one is just for a point of clarity, something that Councillor Bosniak said earlier. Happy birthday, Joyce.
Thank you.
And you mentioned the fact that the position of vice chairman might have been some sort of reward. Well, just for clarity, by taking the position of vice chairman, I actually take a cut-in pay over that, and it's not about the money. It's the sheer honour of attaining that position and representing the county. So, happy birthday! Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kramer.
Just turn my mute off. Thank you, Chair, and congratulations, and I do hope you have a good year.
Thank you.
I think to explain a little earlier what other councillors said, that this is a committee that's been created. We do have a problem with it in that it's a completely divisive by having the 2 elements in it. This is basically 2 committees in one, and that's looking at government reorganisation and COVID. And what you're actually doing with this committee, as Alan has already said, is you're creating a failure out of something that could well be a success. We could argue about should we actually have a separate committee or not. I'm either way about that. But in actual fact, it's weak in its actual aims in the respect that Councillor Errol has already pointed out. It doesn't have many key projects in it. It's very, very loose. And going back to my main point, it is extremely divisive among partners we actually have to work with. We might actually, as I've said, lead the way, but we're not alone. We've got to actually go along with the district councils, what they're doing both independently and together. And you've now actually gone and created a completely divisive committee, which could have been, if it had been by itself, just COVID, a success. And again, going back to arguing about would you do this or that with. But Broxtowe has already, I mean, he's only 1 member, so it will be a decision. But that kind of division created between the county council at this time and any of the district councils is unwelcome. It's completely divisive. I've got no argument about saying that again and again. We are expected to work with people, and not just councils, other organisations. When they see that we are actually putting a black mark over councils that we're supposed to be working with, how are the third sector going to actually relate to us? This whole committee, to be successful, actually has to work not with just with the districts, but with all its partners. We have to find out where our successes were, where our failures, where we need to actually help in the future. You're putting that future in jeopardy by tagging on local government reorganisation. If that had been removed, we wouldn't be having these debates and these amendments. So I'll leave it to that, Chair. And again, I hope you have a good year.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zadrozny.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to start by clarifying what Councillor Smith said earlier. I've spoken to the Chief Executive of the District Council while we were in our adjournment, and the District Council will be informing formally the County Council that we will not be sending our members to that health board any longer. I'm pleased to see that Broxtowe will be reviewing as well, and I'm hopeful. I intend to write to the leaders at Mansfield, Gedling, Bassett Law, and hope that they do the same in a stand of unity, Mr. Chair. I think turning to the creation of the COVID bribery committee, it's clear from all of the stats that have come out of the LGA and from government that district and borough councils have punched far above their weight in dealing with the crisis. They have unilaterally supported many more communities at a significantly more diverse level than any upper tier or unitary authority has. And it's been clear that the government has recognised, as have major organisations like the District Councils Network, the Local Government Association, the level of work they've done. And I mean, we don't need to rehearse the old arguments about this empire building being added on to what's could be a very important committee, because I think those arguments are clear. We disagree fundamentally on them, and I think, if anything, COVID has shown just how much more able to roll with the punches and how closer to the communities the district and boroughs are, and that they have served us better in this time than any other organisations, including the county council, sadly. Therefore, I think there's been an argument about the COVID committee, and I noticed when Councillor Owen spoke, he said that he was upset that Labour members had welcomed the creation of the COVID committee, but then said they wouldn't support it, and he couldn't understand why. And I think it's because, and I don't want to speak for them, but from my perspective, we welcome the fact that the council's taking COVID seriously, but not that they've created a committee with an enormous remuneration and that they've bolted on unnecessary work to it. This crisis has been significantly serious enough for us all, and given the specialist detail within that, that those areas should be given out to certain other committees. For example, adult social care, who have members who have been working on that committee for a long time, with members with great expertise who should be talking about the impacts of COVID in their remit, as should policy committee and all of the others, rather than the creation of this. And I think it's really sad that we've got to this point, and we all know why that's happened. And I'm not surprised to see that Councillor Knight has crossed the floor. He's been working with antiques his whole life, so it made no surprise to me that he's done that. What surprises me was his shock that he got remunerated for it, because I think if I was getting the £5,712 a meeting that he's likely to get, I'd certainly know about it. One could say he's definitely been going for a song. But, Mr. Chairman, I think it's very clear what the administration have done, and I think that's a shame. I checked briefly today with the LGA and councils across Nottinghamshire, and many councils have set up committees or appointed support cabinet members. We've done this at Ashfield District, who are not paid at all to take COVID very seriously. And I think using this as an opportunity to hide other things through is crass and undermines the whole reason that we are all in support of the council taking COVID seriously. And particularly what we should be doing is recognising the enormous work officers have done at districts and boroughs and the county and the city to help residents through this crisis. And I think that undermines a point where we would have all had some great unity. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, I can't support the creation of that post. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peck, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and congratulations on your elevation to the chairmanship. And I do hope you have a very enjoyable year in this rather strange year that we're all facing. First of all, I'd like to endorse some of the comments that have been made with regarding to the Health and Wellbeing Board, and it's quite clear that there are signs that one or two of the districts, and possibly more may follow, are falling away. And I think that given the opportunity to listen to the opposition that's been heard today, I think Councillor Vickers should probably do the decent thing in the interests of the well-being of the Health and Wellbeing Board and resign. I think Councillor Cutts has shown poor judgment, not for the first time. The next point I'd want to make is in respect of the new committee
that's been set up, and many people have made some extremely valid points today. I find it, notwithstanding the political reasons for setting up a new committee, and I think we all understand that perfectly well, why on earth it's been necessary to tag on local government reorganisation to this is beyond me. And again, it shows poor judgment. COVID-19, the effect that this is going to take upon the economy of Nottinghamshire is enormous. We've heard yesterday that the OECD is suggesting, it's a prediction, I know, that this country will face the biggest downturn in the economy of all the Western economies, all the advanced economies. Possibly 11% is their prediction. We're going to see a rise in unemployment, perhaps the like of what we've not seen for a long, long time. There are going to be many people, sadly, unfortunately, in Nottinghamshire that are going to find themselves out of work, and many industries that are not going to open. It's going to be a serious task of this council to make our contribution towards trying to mitigate what is happening, what is going to happen. Furthermore, on top of that, we already knew that our economy, and therefore our Nottinghamshire economy, was going to suffer, at least to some extent, by the decision to withdraw from the European Union. Brexit is going to have a hit. I think people on all sides recognise that there will be a hit, whether it's in the short term, medium term or long term. And so to have that compounded with the unfortunate effects to the economy that the COVID-19 crisis will have is going to be that this is going to mean that this is going to be a monumental task for this committee. And to tag on the irrelevance of unitary authority proposals is extraordinary. Talk about fiddling while Rome burns. I think there would be quite enough for this committee to deal with in respect of the regeneration or the mitigation of the effects on our Nottinghamshire economy. And yet it's going to meet, all right, it says at least 4 times a year, but let's take 4 times a year. That's possibly maximum 8 hours time for this committee. So I don't see for the life of me how sufficient time can be devoted to the important job of this county council over the next few months with regard to COVID-19, whilst the enormous discussion of unitary authorities appears to be tagged on as well. I really think that is an irrelevance at the moment, and it isn't something that the people of Nottinghamshire would expect us to be discussing at a time like this, when there are so many more important issues for us to deal with. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I now have Councillor Lawton. Bruce?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I'm just hijacking it a little bit. I think it's important that I do say, as Andy Sissons, I say well done, Andy, for being become the Vice Chairman. He was an excellent Vice Chairman on my Governance and Ethics Committee, and there is nobody more deserving in this council than Andy for this position. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Right, we've had now a total of 18 speakers. I will, for the last time, say, as anybody wish to speak, I have then Councillor Cutts to speak, and then it will be Councillor Adair to sum up and take to the vote. Any further voters? Any further speakers at all? Right, thank you. Councillor Cutts, please.
Thank you, Chairman. As you say, it has been a long debate and a far-ranging debate, and a debate that's really been concentrating on the process of the council and not the people we're supposed to represent, which I have to say is quite disappointing. Councillor Adair mentioned when opening the debate the new COVID-19 Resilience, Recovery and Renewal Committee established by this report will be vital to the council's continued development as we recover from the coronavirus pandemic. The importance and the impact of the COVID-19 is something which we must engage with fully, leaving no stone unturned when considering how we can best protect our local communities from emergencies in the future. And that includes, Councillor Errol, that it's also the BME people. We need to understand exactly what it is we need to do as a council. And this is why this council is making a full, publicly accountable committee, which will report directly to the policy committee, as opposed to a subcommittee or a members' working group or any other sort of organisation within the council. It's a serious and important committee. As leader of this council, I have engaged directly with many major issues which have affected our council in recent years. However, the response to this emergency is one which deserves an in-depth analysis at a strategic level and detailed consideration of all the options available to us. It is important that we review the actions that were taken to respond to COVID, including setting up the community hub in a record time and steering the sterling efforts that were made to both procedure and distribute PPE to our partners in the local resilience forum. And what lessons can be learned from this? We should also review the success and consider the problems of many more of the council staff working from home and consider whether this can be expanded to a wider group of employees, both now and in the future. Particular attention will be made to the council's approach to the renewal of the local economy in those things which the county council has responsibility for. And this covers roads and transport, our traded services, and working closely with the Chamber of Commerce to support business and also tourism. On the wider proposals, we need to work closely with neighbouring councils to draw funding down from central government for road and rail improvement, and to see how we can develop land for much needed houses to be built on, though we have made a good start at Top Wighay. Small businesses may not survive, and therefore it's imperative we find ways to find savings that can be made with the administration of council funding, and how little regard there seems to be appeared today for those who pay these taxes. It's all been about where it's spent and not who the people who are paying for it. And if those businesses do fail and cease to exist, we shall have fewer business rates and empty properties. And in order to match up the strength of the West Midlands, this committee will also consider how the East Midlands can come together to create an equally strong partnership with the overarching view within the Midlands Engine and the Midlands Connect. I'm very proud of this council and the work it's done, and the fundamental role which our committees play in this process. The new committee introduced today will be a vital addition to this, not only considering how we make our communities more resilient as we recover from the pandemic, but how we can renew our council and its approach to move past this challenging episode. I have every confidence in the new chairman, and I hope you'll all play your part in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. I'll now turn to Councillor Adair. Would you do a summing up, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can.
Good, thank you. I'm not going to go through a lot of summing up, Chairman. There's been a lot said. There's been all sorts of things said, and I'm just not going to really comment more. I think it's what the leaders just said in her thing and what I said in the presentation. I think that sums it up. We need to get the time and the task of the committee, and that's the time necessary will be spent, whether it's 4, 10 or 20 times a year, I don't know, to tackle the problems caused by COVID-19. And the sooner we get on with it, the quicker we will get Nottinghamshire back to an economic recovery. And that's our task, that's our challenge, and that's what we as councillors should be focusing on instead of all the other little bits and pieces. And on that, Chairman, let's go to the vote.
Right, thank you.
I recommend.
Yep. Given listening to councillors making their comments, etc., it's obvious that there will either be abstentions or people voting against, and therefore I would propose that you have a recorded vote. I suspect you would have come and asked me for one, so I'm cutting ahead of the thing. Can I have 10 people just wave their hands, and if you wanted a recorded vote? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll now hand you over to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to take a recorded vote, colleagues, on item number 6, starting with Councillor Adair.
Chairman, there's something interfering. I don't know what it is.
Somebody might need to put themselves on mute, I think, colleagues.
Is it your microphone?
I'll have to do better than this.
If you can just put yourself on mute, please, colleagues. Thank you. Councillor Adair.
For the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Allen. Pauline Allen.
See you later. Silent, Pauline.
I just put.
I'm afraid you're on mute, Pauline.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I've unmuted now. Abstain.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barnfather.
For.
Councillor Bosniak.
Abstain.
Councillor Bradley.
For.
Councillor Brooks.
Abstain.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Against.
Councillor John Clark.
Abstain.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Cotty.
For.
Councillor Creamer.
Abstain.
Councillor Cutts. Councillor Cutts.
I'm sorry, I was muted. 4.
Thank you. Councillor Deakin.
Against.
Councillor Dobson.
Abstain.
Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
Abstain.
Councillor Fole.
Abstain.
Councillor Garner.
For.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
Abstain.
Councillor Girling.
For.
Councillor Greaves.
Abstain.
Councillor Handley.
For.
Councillor Harper.
For.
Councillor Henry.
Abstain.
Councillor Henshaw.
Abstain.
Councillor Hollis.
Against.
Councillor Hopewell. Councillor Vaughan Hopewell. Councillor Hopewell.
For. You're moved.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson. Richard Jackson.
For.
Roger Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kerry.
For.
Councillor Knight.
For.
Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Madden.
Against.
Councillor Martin. Councillor David Martin.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Meal.
Abstain.
Councillor Ogle.
For.
Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Payne.
Abstain.
Councillor Peck. Councillor John Peck.
Sorry, it seemed to have muted itself there. Abstain.
Councillor Place.
Abstain.
Councillor Plant.
Abstain.
Councillor Pringle.
Abstain.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
For.
Councillor Quigley.
For.
Councillor Rhodes.
Abstain.
Councillor Kevin Rostance.
For.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
For.
Councillor Saddington.
For.
Councillor Sissons.
For.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Simbaridis.
Chief Executive, I don't know if you can say that, but Councillor Simbaridis is indicating abstention.
Thank you very much, Keith. Councillor Vickers.
For.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Keith Walker. Councillor Walker. I shall read the remainder of the names and I'll come back to Councillor Walker. Councillor Wallace.
For.
Councillor Vice.
Abstain.
Councillor Wetton.
Abstain.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Woodhead.
Abstain.
Councillor Wright. Councillor Zadrozny.
Against.
I'll come back to the only vote that I've not managed to take. Councillor Keith Walker.
Chief Executive, just to report that Councillor Walker didn't return to the meeting following the adjournment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. In which case then, colleagues, if you could give us a moment to tally up the votes and then we can pass the outcome to the chairman and he can read it out. Thank you.
Right, colleagues, the count is 4, 35, against 6, abstain 24. Therefore, the motion is passed. And that concludes the day. Can I first of all compliment you all on sticking with it? This is a new arm for us to do. We can get better on this and remove some of the more feedback and crankly bits and crackling in your ears, etc. But I think you've done very well with this one. Look forward to seeing you. Looking forward to come out onto your areas and etc. I am here if you want me. Ring me, and I'll help you as I can. My final comment would be safe. Make sure you have the necessary spaces between people. We can defeat this yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you.